Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the February 26th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. To begin, in the absence of Treasurer Wagner, I need a motion to nominate a board member to serve as Treasurer Pro Tem. Do I have a nomination and a second?
I nominate Board Member Craig.
We have a motion for Board Member
Second.
Craig, second from Mr. Morosky. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. All right, now we have our need for a quorum attendance. Assistant Treasurer Augustine, please call the attendance roll.
Good evening, Mr. Craig,
Here.
Mr. Lindy,
Here.
Ms. Mapp, Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky,
Here.
Vice President Weinberg,
Here.
and President Bolden.
Thank you. And we have both our treasurer and also our member Mapp virtually tonight. And we appreciate it, just so the people know that member Mapp is unable because of the law to vote, but she can fully participate in tonight's meeting. Vice President Weinberg, please explain the virtual process for hearing the public.
Awesome. All righty. Just as a reminder, members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of our public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. And if you would like a direct response to your questions, please just make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you. And now we're going to have a motion for the approval of tonight's business agenda for February 26th, 2024. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve. And when we have that motion for approval, we will then have a little bit of a discussion and make any adjustments that we may need to for the business agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Second.
All right, and now I have a first and a second. We do need to make one adjustment that I know of on the business agenda, and that is that member Mapp, because of her having to watch virtually, has asked the report that she was about to give this evening will be delayed until March 4th. So with that adjustment, are there any other suggestions of adjustments? Sir?
Just that in Kindermat's absence, I will present the resolution opposing the House bill.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Any other changes for our business agenda tonight? All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and we've had discussion. The business agenda, we need to have a roll call to vote for that, but it is as amended with those two changes. Mr. Guston?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
and President Bolden.
Yes. And now we'll go to the old business part of the agenda. I'm particularly fond of the old business always, as the oldest person up here. I enjoy this opportunity to talk about some of the stuff that we've done before and need to revisit. One of the issues for old business is one of the ones that I want to make sure we mention, and this for the benefit of the administration and also our union leadership. Our board members already know this, the importance of having a president of the Ohio School Board Association be here in district to visit with us. And that is March 18th, and just trying to secure some kind of a luncheon time perhaps, or something that works for our superintendent and our treasurer, so that the superintendent and treasurer and perhaps our other two direct reports as well for the board might be able to, have lunch or a brunch or what have you with the president of the Ohio School Boards Association. So if you'll just mark that on your calendar and get back to either me or to board staff, I think that would be great. I want to thank Vice President. We've already kind of plotted out the morning for the president and appreciate it. And there's a number of visits that are still being planned. But if folks can get back to me, that would be great. Madam Superintendent.
Quick question. And I'm assuming that if that is the case, some of the visits might be school visits, right? And so we'll talk about those?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you.
the only thing we've had her particularly say that she wants to do, she wants to visit our preschool system. She wants to experience CPS. There's a couple other things that are items, and we've been talking to you about how we do that within our buildings. And that would be very helpful. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go on, if we could, to, let's see, is it, yes, oh, Madam Vice President.
Yes, I actually have something since you are discussing old business,
Yes.
President Bolton. Just wanted to kind of see if you could give a clarification piece. I know for our newest board member, and then also for all of us that are sitting here today, we've kind of moved towards utilizing a consent agenda. And if you could just maybe kind of talk a little bit about how we got here and just how the items have been structured in terms of for the consent, so that no one has any questions or concerns, and there's just a, true transparency with that as well.
Appreciate it. And really, for those folks that actually participate in our meetings and have been watching, you've probably noticed in the last 3 weeks, we've been moving our way towards a consent agenda. Consent agenda is supposed to streamline the actions and yet not allow anything to not be public or not be transparent. So as we experiment with this consent agenda, we have to be very mindful of keeping our agendas and our documents and what have you as transparent as possible. A consent agenda is one that not only streamlines, but what it does is that it actually helps the board and the administration, I would hope and think, to understand what it is that they want to dwell on, and that we call those exceptions. So we may have a long list of things that are part of the consent agenda that used to be individual items that would be chosen. And indeed, that kind of fragmentation perhaps made it more difficult to actually focus on those things that people on the board and in the administration wanted to focus on more. Now, the reason we got here is that we've experimented and talked about consent agenda, I would say, for at least 4 years, and have been worried about how to do it. And we've tried to get more involved. Council on Great City Schools has suggested that it would be an important part of our own self-evaluation and how to facilitate our meetings in a way that is conducive. So what we've done is we've had long-term discussions. We've also had, I think Mr. Morosky will verify that we've had a couple of times and more than a couple of times in policy committee talking about consent agenda. We've had our experts from Great City Schools come in and talk to us about the value of consent agenda. So frankly, in the last 18 months, we've really taken it on to try to do this. And so with Member Mapp joining us so recently, she may not have been a part of all of that discussion. And very frankly, I'm happy to be reminded of all that discussion as well. We've now put it into our bylaws. We've codified our bylaws and the consent agenda reference in our bylaws. And we have also started to move in enacting it and figuring out how to best facilitate it. So fingers crossed, and I know we'll mess this up occasionally, but we're working hard to try to do it right. And very importantly, the treasurer becomes critically important in consent agenda, in part because the treasurer has to be the keeper of the exceptions, meaning we have to decide when we accept a consent agenda, members and the administration can say, we want to pull out this particular exception and spend more time on this. And some nights there might be no exception, but other nights there might be. And the treasurer has, as the quote, secretary to the board, the treasurer has to be the one that keeps the record regarding the exceptions and then the acceptors as well, so that as we merge it back together, we have a full record of our work. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
We also now, I think, can move on to an update that is it's both old and new business, but something that I think Member Lindy had asked to have covered again in fuller form at our last meeting, but it was not a voting meeting, and we were pretty rushed for time for our 90-minute limit on that one. But Superintendent, you have good news to tell us again, and I think the question that Mr. Lindy actually asked is, can you explain how this happened?
Okay.
I wrote it down. Is that correct, Mr. Lindy?
Thank you.
Anytime.
Okay, thank you, President Bolton. So just to follow up, this information was released in the New York Times on January the 31st. It was included in a pretty substantial report that was attached to the New York Times article. And the information for our school district was included in all of those links in those documents. So that's where it initially came from and where it was initially shared with the board and shared with the community. We lead, CPS leads an education recovery scorecard, and this is the Center for Education Policy Research at Harvard University and the Educational Opportunity Project at Stanford University. And the information was released January of 2024. Next slide. So just to try to explain a little bit and add clarity to what this is all about, what is education recovery? So education recovery is the concept of looking at whether or not school districts and states have been able to get student outcomes back to or better than they were pre-pandemic. So essentially, it's looking at where the learning loss was from the 18-19 school year, which was the school year before the pandemic started, through the 21-22 school year, which took us through 19-20, 20-21, and then 21-22. So it really looked at all of that information, the research behind this, looked at all of that data based on released state information, so it's based on released state scores, and determined where school districts were. So if you look for reading and math for our district, for example, across the 3 years or so, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, 21-22, and 19-20 is a wash, if you will, because most states did not take data that year because that was the year of the pandemic. So that's why they started the year before. But between those years, there was a steady decline across the board for us in reading at about a third of the grade level. So that means as we look at each of those years, collectively, that's what we lost. When we look at math, the decline was about half a year. So our students continued to decline across those 3 years. So that gave them their baseline information. And then specifically, they looked at the data from 22-23 to determine that school year, the amount of recovery that was determined. So recovery looks at how much of the learning is gained back over time. So if we look at the second chart, we see each of the school years, where the decline was, and then what the learning loss was from the time that was determined, and then how much of that we were able to recover in the 22-23 school year. Next slide. So how was education recovery measured and by whom? I did share that it was by researchers from Stanford and for Harvard, but what data was used by them? And all of this is in the information that I previously shared with the board. It's also linked on our website so that anyone that would like to do additional research is able to do that. It included 8,000 school districts in 30 states, compared test scores from the spring of 19 to the spring of 22 to assess the initial learning loss, and then compared test scores from the spring of 22 to the spring of 23 to assess the recovery. It used the test scores from each state's reading and math tests. So there's been a misconception that this was based on our internal assessment. It's not based on iReady. This is based on state test scores. So it was based on OST for us. It then converted the proficiency in each state to a common measure of grade level achievement through the NAEP scale, which our state participates in as well. And it was specific to grades 3 through 8, because that's specifically the grades that most of the states actually do tests in. Next slide. So this is where the celebration comes for Cincinnati Public Schools. Since the pandemic, our recovery indicates that CPS is experiencing significant growth, outpacing other urban districts across the country. So right now, when we think about where we were in math recovery, we have improvement in both. But where we think about math recovery, currently, we rank number 2 in math recovery in the country. That essentially says, it translates to nearly 2 years worth of recovery for our students in one single year. So let me tell you why. When you look at the percentage of the recovery that we had, the number is about 0.72. So that essentially implies that during the year, we maintained or got the level of growth necessary for that school year. And then we were able to go 3/4 of a way in to the recovery from the time that we lost. So that's where the about 2 years comes from. It's about 1.75 years, but that's what it gives overall. And we rank 15th in reading recovery. Now, again, this is not to be misaligned with proficiency. This is saying that when you look at where students should be and where they're performing now, based on the data from our students in one school year, 22-23, this is the kind of increase that we were able to see. And ultimately, we are seeing some of that same kind of improvement show up in our interim assessments that we're doing this year, as we've also shared with you. Next slide. So this gives an opportunity to look at the national rankings. We outpace many other urban districts across the country per the Council of Great City Schools rankings of their 44 member districts as well. And we talked about already the 2 years worth of math recovery for our students occurring in a year. It also gives the breakdown individually for where our district was and what the percentages were. So as has become customary for us, you can also click the link and it gives you all of the additional information there. Next slide. I think the question asks specifically why. Of course, we pulled here because we know the question is often, where did we rank in terms of the Ohio 8? And we actually have a 9th school district now in the Ohio 8, so we'll begin to add their information as well. But for math, we're number 1 in terms of recovery for the Ohio 8. And you're also able to see the distance between where we are and where other school districts are. And for reading, we're about the 5th in terms of recovery for the Ohio 8. Next slide. So when we talk about why, I think why is connected to the conversation that we were having as a part of CAL. We have, first of all, we want to give recognition and kudos to every single individual that works with our students. That's from our teaching staff, to our paraprofessionals, to our students themselves, to our parents, to our mentors, our tutors, and our volunteers. If we could give them a round of applause at this time and thank them for their work. I think the second thing is we do believe that our teachers are truly buying in to our curriculum overall, and they're working with our students on the leveled assessments that we're using with them. Our curriculum is connected to standards. Our teachers are working with them through that. They requested professional development in terms of additional support. We're continuing to provide that professional development. And I also believe that there has been an increased focus on improving the data. So making certain that we're identifying what the challenges are with our students and then being able to address those challenges through the work that we're doing with our curriculum. So I think that that's the second. I think the third area is it is something that we are talking about quite often. And I do believe that the work that we're doing around the focus on instructional leadership and how that instructional leadership works is something that we're doing in partnership with schools. Our instructional reviews happen in classrooms with schools, with school teams, and the feedback from that happens in school buildings as a follow-up to the work that's happening in schools. Our ILTs are actually reviewing data and talking about data and talking about the needs that are happening in the school building. So all of the strategies that we are providing to the board that we're doing in schools, this is another early indicator of success and moving in the right direction. Because as I often say, improved data means improved outcomes for children, and that's what we collectively know that all of us support. And that's it. I'll open for any questions that there may be.
Great. Any questions, comments, or celebrations directed towards the superintendent? Members, Mr. Lindy.
I think to our superintendent and to all the teachers who work in Cincinnati Public Schools and to the administrators and support staff who work in CPS, I just want to share my deep, deep gratitude and appreciation. And I think this is a really big deal. And I think to the any media who are watching either live or watch this recording or listen to it later on, I hope that this gets a lot of coverage. I mean, Cincinnati is home to the #1 pediatric hospital in the country, in Cincinnati Children's Hospital. We are home to, in my objective opinion, the greatest football franchise in the United States with the Cincinnati Bengals. And we have the second fastest improving school district in the country when it comes to pandemic recovery. And that's quite a cocktail. And I think that that doesn't happen by accident. That's incredibly difficult work. That's why I started by saying thank you. But I hope that this, that people read about this in our newspapers and hear about it on the radio, not just today, but for the next 6 months and next several years. Because I think this is just the beginning of where we can go. But this is, in the education world, this is a big deal. I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add, if we could just give the superintendent and all of the teachers and staff a big round of applause for the great. Thank you.
Other comments?
The
Superintendent?
one last thing that I will add, and thank you to everyone. And again, thank you to our staff, just collectively, because the work that we do every day is tough. And this is what it's all about. Last week, there were 2 news outlets that actually televised this on the news shows. I believe that it was 5 and 12 that actually televised it. The other thing is that we found on the week of the 31st, that there were school districts that had not made the kind of gains and recovery that Cincinnati Public Schools had, but their local media made sure that they celebrated them as well for the work that they had done. So for those that really do see this as a celebration, we appreciate that. And thank you for sharing that because our community is paying attention. Thank you, Board Member Morosky. I think you actually posted this information or reposted it, and we got a call from one of the outlets after you did that because they follow the work that you put out there. So thank you as well.
Mr. Morosky?
This is maybe the most positive news about my social media accounts I've heard in my entire life. So thank you for sharing.
Be careful, we're going to put you in the Public Affairs Department. Other questions, comments? Again, congratulations. That's deeply valued and appreciated. Do any members, as we move on to new business, do any members have any acknowledgements or announcements? I do know that the superintendent would like to present some retirements this evening.
Okay, for our retirements for this evening, we have civil service retirements, the senior support specialist at Schroeder, Lisa Fuller, and school clerk for our auxiliary team is Donna Messerly. Let's give them a round of applause for their service.
Yeah. Thank you. Members, do you have any acknowledgements or announcements? Member Moffett?
Well, I am really glad that we're doing this now when kids are awake and the board members and community is attentive. So Rob, I sent you my slides. I apologize, it's not really pretty and fancy, but the information is there. I had an opportunity to visit some places, some great stuff going on in our district. And so as Rob pulls that up, I'm gonna just describe it to you. Walnut Hills High School invited me to see their performance of Chicago. And I had never seen it before, and they did really, really, really well. So that's just, you couldn't take pictures. So that's the one picture that I took at the end when they were doing about, they actually rocked it. So congratulations to Walnut Hills High School on their performance of Chicago. Next slide, Rob. I had the opportunity to go to the CPS Family Bowling event with my granddaughters who absolutely loved bowling, didn't want to leave. The littlest one didn't want to leave and didn't want to take the shoes off. And I was like, that's just the nastiest thing ever, take those shoes back. But she enjoyed herself, and thank you, kudos to our district champion, LaRonda Thomas and Chief Murphy's team for inviting me to this event. I don't remember the number that we had, but we had about 10 lanes full with 2 different sessions. Next slide, Rob. there was just a really great night on the west side, which I heard is the best side
There you
to,
go. There you
to
go.
engage families. So I didn't know that there were bowling alleys still around and in existence, but there are. And this was just a great time that we had pizza, bowling, and meeting some new people. So congratulations on a successful Parent Voice event. Next slide. Yeah, that's a good sign. And the last event that I was able to attend was at our AMI school, which is our immersion studies school. You may not know this, but I'm trying to learn Spanish, and they welcomed me and very quickly told me to stick with the English. But this was an awesome, awesome time. Their eighth graders were being acknowledged, and I'm bringing this up particularly for the very next slide. They have, Rob, advance the next slide for me. They have got students who are in the eighth grade. Out of 50 students, they are taking AP 1, 2, 3, and 4 Spanish already. They are going into high school with AP credits. They are rocking it. Just look at those numbers right there. 4 credits earned, 21 students have received that already. And so it just was really a really good testament to the great things that are going on in our district. They're looking at what other schools around the district offer different languages. Many of them are, oh, they gave me the name and I'm gonna mess it up, but it's not multilingual, it's polyglot, maybe, where you just learn 3, 4 different languages. You know them very fluently. And our students are doing this right now. So this is just a testament to the great stuff that's going on. This was at AMI. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I welcome everybody to go out and visit because you will learn some of the awesome stuff that's going on in our district. So that's it.
Thank you. Other members have acknowledgements or announcements, Madam Vice President?
Yes, I just have 2 things. I'm pretty sure that the superintendent will be talking about this. I'm not sure if any of our other board members will be talking about this, but I want to just commend the superintendent, the team, the staff, the presenters, the youth that attended the Midwest Black Male Educator Summit. I was not in attendance, but I will tell you my phone was ringing and I got lots of text messages stating how well put together the program was and how exciting it was, the information that was presented. And I will be there next year to, see it. And I just wanted to give kudos to you all. So great job on that.
Thank
So,
you.
Yes, that deserves a big round of applause.
Oh, thank you.
And the last thing that I want to talk about is I would like to give a huge kudos to the Westwood School. They had a wax museum event for Black History, and I was invited out to be able to see some of the students. They had about 7 students who represented and they portrayed iconic individuals from the Harlem Renaissance era. And I will say the students, they were very nervous at first because I think for a lot of them, public speaking and being able to stand up and represent an iconic figure, they were very nervous. And I just reminded them that sometimes you're gonna have those good nerves, but you have to be able to get through it. And they did an excellent job. They wrote their own speeches and they dressed up as the characters. So huge kudos to them. So thank you. And I think I'm done.
Are there others? Oh, Chairman Craig.
So I'm going to be short because I know that we're probably all going to give a lot of kudos out for the event on Saturday. But I specifically want to highlight the great work that Mr. Pollack and Mr. Sherwood did to organize and put on the event. I thought it was a tremendous amount of work that went into getting this entire room filled with people who are all here to advance education in our district. And so I think that's one of the positive things that I loved. I'm still a little bitter that everybody else got walk-up music, but I didn't. I could have given y'all a song or something. Like, I just don't understand, it was live. Look, I mean, Mr. Polly got walk-up music, superintendent got walk-up music. But I really want to also highlight I'm just saying, we had a whole conversation as a board about having walk-up songs when we enter the boardroom. But one of the things I do want to highlight, though, about the event is the number of organizations and community members who were also there, right? We had School Board School. We had the College of Education, Criminal Justice, Human Services, and now IT also, even though it's only CECH. from University of Cincinnati. We had organizations that were there to show their support for the work that we're doing to increase the number of Black male educators in our district. And I think that's a really important part of how we build for that next future. Because I think it is not just the folks that are in the room today and not just the folks in our district, but it's also all of those community members who help be educators themselves, who help work and serve our community. That's really gonna be important. And then also just wanna highlight the great speech from Robert Jackson. Like, I thought that, to me, was one of the best speeches I've heard. He brought so much energy to the room. He touched in such a personal way to why so many people are educators, that it left everybody motivated to do more. And so I really thought it was a great event.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Are there any other announcements or acknowledgements, Superintendent?
This is the last thing on Black male educators for me, but while I am sitting here, and I do want to thank the team as well and thank each of you for your support. But while I'm sitting here, I just got a message from the superintendent of Little Rock, Arkansas, who was one of our panelists that was here, who shared with me that their Black Male Educator Summit is May 17th and 18th, and that Mr. Jackson will be their speaker. And they're modeling it after everything that was done in Ohio for Cincinnati Public Schools. So our reach is far and wide. And so again, kudos to the team for taking a vision and making it reality, and making this something that was really positive for our community. So thank you, and thank you for the feedback and for the recognition.
Thank you, everyone, and we will move on, and I appreciate all the comments. Madam Vice President, the chair is yours.
Okay, we are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you are online, once a request to speak has been granted, you will be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you would like a response to any questions that you may have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we do appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will receive 2 minutes, and when the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personal items. So finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful to all listeners. And for those members of the public not familiar, the contract of the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers, CFT, affords the CFT president the privilege of speaking beyond the time limits granted to members of the public. So tonight, I'm going to check in and see if we have anyone online that would like to speak. And how many speakers do we have? Okay, so we'll start with the 6 speakers first online, and then we will go in order of the other papers that I have here present in front of me.
Thank you. Our first speaker will be Ozzie Davis. Ozzie Davis, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
How do I get my picture on there, Rob?
Go ahead, Ozzie.
Oh, so y'all can't see me. We're on Zoom, not on the other thing. But greeting, Madam President, Superintendent Wright, board members, and staff. I've just got a couple of things I wanted to speak on tonight. One, the inquiry should be ashamed of itself. I haven't seen anything about the exceptional recovery that our district has exhibited. Congratulations, Superintendent Wright and staff. That is fantastic. When I was on the board, we didn't have a beat writer at the Enquirer. And now that we do have a beat writer at the Enquirer, that should be an Enquirer tomorrow morning, or we should picket to boycott the Enquirer. That's just terrible, and it's disturbing that we're not getting the due praise that you deserve. My second thing, and I won't pile on to the kudos that everybody talked about with the Black Male Educator Summit, but I have to say again to Superintendent Wright, it was tremendous. It was just absolutely fantastic. And the student panel in the afternoon was so uplifting and rejuvenating for me personally that each of those 5 young men ought to be able to come to the board and share again their stories of triumph and resilience over their high school years. I also wanted to ask a question about the possibility of South Avondale and Rockdale merging. There is still mass community concern here about that. There is absolutely no temperature of goodwill in regard to that potential. And then finally, I don't want you all to forget that there are 5 schools that are in the boys basketball tournament that have opportunity to go far. West High, Aiken, Woodward, Taft, and Gamble really have a chance to present in Dayton. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ashley Garland. Ashley Garland, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, good evening. Not sure why you guys can't see me, but that's fine. Since July, our parents and staff and students have adamantly expressed their desire to keep John P. Parker a pre-K to 6th grade school. However, as we know, John P. Parker is made up of so many more stakeholders and community voices as we're part of the Madisonville community. So in regards to the survey, the skewed survey that the district shared, our parents and partners had been addressing as an area of concern for several months. One major question that I have is how we were consistently told that no decisions have been made regarding Bramble over and over. That's the narrative, but it's quite confusing when the survey literally says on the slide regarding Bramble grade banding, and you can also see the verbiage of the question in the presentation that superintendent made on February 5th. It says, why was the question listed as future Bramble Elementary? So it was listed as Bramble being an elementary school, not the former Bramble Elementary. So that's very confusing if no decisions have been made yet. The community engagement around the Madisonville schools was more than lacking. Our parents and partners have expressed this concern. It's one-sided and very unintentional. So in 5 months of your survey being shared, you had a total of 462 votes. Our LSDMC chair started a petition February 7th of this year to keep John P. Parker pre-K to 6. And then those 3 weeks of intentional communication with our parents, community partners, community church leaders, community business leaders, and more, we've accumulated 459 signatures in a 3-week period with intentionality and communication. So do you really uphold the guardrails that you speak of in regards to partnering with parents and community? I believe that information was also emailed to you by our LSDMC chair today. So thank you that you're making these considerations. Do you really listen to the voices of the stakeholders and the community as they're sharing them with you?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Deborah Elkin Browns.
Good evening. I have a strong concern about John P. Parker. And when I say we, I'm talking about the John P. Parker community and also a community members in Madisonville that have a desire and would like to see John P. Parker continue to be pre-K through 6th grade. One of the concerns, and I keep getting calls from parents and also from others that have requested information and the data has not been submitted to them. There's been requests about surveys. There's been requests about all of the meetings, and still people are not receiving information. We're talking about communicating. When we ask questions, we ask for meetings, we don't get them. Parents came out at John P. Parker. We received someone from the district to lead that meeting. However, they were not able to answer our parents' concerns. And our parents still would like and would love to see the board come out and visit our school and have a meeting with our parents so they can voice their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Abria Drummonds. Abria, go ahead.
Hey, good evening. I was
Evening.
just I was just coming on to basically once again reinforce how important our resource coordinator.
I think we may have lost her. Are we able to, oh,
Wait a minute, am I? I get 2 more minutes. Am I here?
yes.
Okay, perfect. So I was just wanted to go back and reinforce how important our resource coordinators were in our schools, especially here at Fairview. We were talking, well, I heard you guys talking about earlier how we're in this, we're ranked number 2 in our recovery systems. And we thanked our teachers and we thanked our schools, but the hidden people behind the scenes are our resource coordinators. They recruit partnerships, they develop supports to meet individual needs of our students, to impact our school successes and reflect community interests. And so I think that cutting our resource coordinator positions will definitely maybe play a part in scaling back our rankings. I think we should put every effort that we have towards keeping the momentum going. And I think cutting our resource coordinators is just 3 steps backwards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tracy Linville. Tracy, go ahead.
Good evening. Since the summer of 2023, I've been attending the community engagement sessions, all hosted at Bramble, except the one that was finally hosted at JPP after months of asking for a session to be held there to engage our families at a location that was convenient for them. At that meeting, the board came unprepared. They did not come with a presentation. They did not come with opportunities for our parents to give input as the previous community engagement sessions had. I've also attended most ad hoc meetings during that time. I have heard many different reasons why Bramble was purchased. Number one, I've heard that it's competition with charter schools. And I like to note that all charters that have tried that location have failed. Perhaps with the gentrification of Madisonville, this is still a concern. However, with proper support and PR for JPP, this wouldn't be an issue. Number two, that the neighborhood, in quotes, wants a school safe and walkable. Our question to this is, what neighborhood? Madisonville has a safe, walkable school at JPP. So are we talking about Oakley and parts of Hyde Park neighborhoods that are far less diverse and with a higher social and economic status than Madisonville? I've also heard number three, that Caucasian, in quote, families do not feel comfortable sending their students to JPP. This statement is backwards thinking and reminiscent of segregation. It is also untrue. We are about 80% African American and welcome students from all races, with 20% of our population identifying as white, Hispanic, Asian, or Arabic. I've also heard number four, that preschool needs more spaces. This has not panned out, as only 30 or so preschoolers are enrolled at Bramble and open spaces remain at neighboring schools, one of them being John P. Parker. We often hear that certain schools have tremendous parent influence on the board. These schools tend to be white and well off, for just saying it how it is. When over 500 community members showed up for a meeting at John P. Parker, their Black and brown voices and
Thank you
lower
so
economic
much.
voices should have been respected just as much. If CPS
Thank you so much. Next speaker. And Rob, how many more speakers do we have online?
Thank you. Yes, our last speaker is going to be Stephanie Morriston.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephanie Marston. I am a parent of a third grader at Spencer Center. I am just coming here to the board tonight. I know that there are a lot of really difficult decisions on the table and changes that could be made. I just wanted to highlight one specific set of policies and deadlines that I think should be considered as you approach these changes. So we know that things could change, and in part could change even for our child next year at Spencer. And we would love if things changed there and we have a different option to go back to our previous Montessori. As you all know, the deadline for entering into the lottery is March 1st. So without knowing sort of where things are going to land or what things look like for next year, it's really difficult to determine whether or not we should be entering the lottery. And I want to also highlight a couple of other changes that I've noticed, at least since the last time we did the lottery, was one that if you do enter the lottery, you absolutely must accept your spot. You're not allowed to stay. And we would love to stay at the school we're at, but if things are changing there significantly and it's not going to look the same, or for those of us on the call that like the school might be closing, we might not want to accept that spot if things change. It's also unclear if students are flagged with sibling priority if their sibling who attends the other school is younger than they are versus if they're older. And we know that the deadline is quickly approaching. So I'm just asking that the board consider those policies and those deadlines in the context of this timeline and this set of decisions that are being made and the real impact that they have on families and the decision when we're all trying to make the best decisions we can for our kids.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to the speakers that are here in the room. And when I obviously call your name, if you can make your way down to the podium, I'm going to call 4 names at a time. And I will apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. First name is Ellen Muse, Jayton Kershaw, Adora Maxberry, and then Jane Seitz. Can you please make your way down to the podium? And hopefully you remember that order. Ellen Muse, Jayton Kershaw, Adora Maxberry, and Jane Seitz.
And esteemed members of the Board of Education. My name is Ellen Muse. I am the Executive Director at Kennedy Heights Arts Center and a member of the Woodford Academy LSDMC. I stand before you today with a deep sense of concern considering the ad hoc committee's proposed reconfiguration of Woodford Academy. For the past 7 years, Kennedy Heights Arts Center has had the privilege of partnering with Woodford to implement a transformative arts and culture initiative within the school. This initiative, funded by outside grants from the Ohio Arts Council and other foundations, has integrated the arts throughout the curriculum, enriching the educational experience of every student who walks through the doors at Woodford. The results of our partnership have been nothing short of remarkable. Not only have we seen an explosion in creativity among the students, but we have witnessed the nurturing of a vibrant, welcoming school culture, one that values diversity, inclusion, and self-expression. Moreover, our collaboration with Woodford has had tangible impacts on student attendance and academic outcomes. Through the power of the arts, we inspire students to engage more deeply with their education and thrive. I must emphasize that Woodford Academy offers a unique educational opportunity not found elsewhere in the district. It is a shining example of innovation and partnership in public education, a model that should be celebrated and persevered, not dismantled. So I urge you, as you consider all of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, to not close Woodford as an elementary school. Let us instead work together to ensure its continued
Thank you so
success
much.
and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello. Sorry, I have a cold. My name is Jatan Kershaw. I'm a teacher at Woodford. So at Woodford, we've been monitoring board meetings, reviewing minutes and other relevant documents, but we're finding it challenging to grasp the current direction. It appears that assurances were made about maintaining the status quo for the upcoming year, but we're left wondering whether it was simply a strategy to calm our worries or a quell for media attention. Are we at risk of losing our magnet status? Is there a comprehensive plan in place? And if so, are we stakeholders in that plan? Does this plan involve transforming Woodford into a middle school? Moreover, we're curious about the discussions taking place behind closed doors. have considerations been made or have been given to crucial factors such as our DHS programs, ensuring a continuum of services from pre-K to sixth grade, accommodating the growth of our autism program, and fostering arts and culture within our community. We are the only other art school besides SCPA in the district. I thank you for your time and attention.
And what did you say your first name was again?
Jahan,
Just, I'm so sorry about the
no problem.
pronunciation.
Everybody does it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, everybody. Adoria Maxberry, CPS parent, grad of Woodford Academy, Walnut Hills, and the visual arts educator at Woodford Academy and LSDMC chair, president, board members, meeting, and staff, superintendent. Oh, I can't forget you. I'm here to address the concern about the potential reconfiguration of Woodford as an elementary school, and not to reiterate the comments that have already been made. We have students that have sent messages and have more important pressing questions. And I think it would be great to echo the sentiments of our students. Question, does that mean I can't go here? So are they going to break up all these classes and all these friends? So are the teachers, are they going to be here? Can they teach here? Like, I can't come back and visit my teachers? Well, the deaf kids, the DHH unit, will they get split up? Does that mean you will all lose your jobs? What happens to the kids downstairs, meaning the autism units? Can we still play basketball with Zion? We have a good thing here. Why do they want to mess it up and take our school away? Now, we've heard from parents, we've heard from LSCMC chairs, we've heard from many people in the community and stakeholders that are key. You can hear from a Woodford grad, but you could also hear from Woodford students that are there every day. The decision that you have is a heavy one, and I understand that. But please take into consideration the audience that you would be affecting. Our autism and DHH population would be largely affected, but losing our magnet status would impact so many more. I know that it doesn't just impact Woodford, but also Anderson Place, where I went to kindergarten. And I know it's John P. Parker now, but so many other schools are impacted. Praying for you guys, because I know it's a hard decision, but I need you to take into consideration each and every person that you're impacting, and specifically understand that Woodford has been a hallmark in the community and has shaped me as an educator. And I would hate to see anything come into my students' life that would change that for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. As our next speaker is coming to the podium, can I have our next four speakers, Jennifer Myrie, Clayton Adams, Michelle Dunn, and Angie Wilson, if you could come on down to the podium as well.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jane Seitz, and I'm a longtime resident of the East End community. We were alarmed to find out the very meeting you were talking about, the ad hoc committee and budget issues. We had no idea. So I and my fellow board members from the East End Community Council, we were meeting February 5th, and we discovered through Enquire the next day and through a staff Cincinnati NAACP that we needed to know what was going on. It was mention of repurposing, no plans. Other schools knew about consolidating. We didn't even get any of that information. So immediately Steve Johns, our president, and my VP is up here to speak as well. I was asked with another fellow person, we've been down there 18 plus years, and other folks for 4 generations, to do a survey. We have close to 25 families that responded, and they all want a good functioning local school. We're very aware that there was a promise made 20 years ago to East End that was never followed through. They took up a pool, they got rid of the YMCA, baseball fields to build a wonderful school for our community. Most of the kids beyond 7th grade are bused in. Most of the families pulled their kids out of East End because of excessive safety concerns, including open fighting, bullying, and open drug use. None stopped by staff members. These are even reported by families of 6-year-old children. The other problem that came up, the few children who do go on to college had little to no counseling as to loans, scholarships. I know for a fact, I tutored one of my neighbor's young ladies. She only had enough money for 2 years. She had a great chance of being a good early childhood educator, which is my background. So I was quite sad about that. The other problem is truancy. My neighbor high school kids who graduated 2 and 3 years ago, many times took a bus in, were gone for 2 or 3 hours, came back in time to take the bus home. No staff reported it, no parents were known.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, Cincinnati Public School Board Superintendent Wright. As we close out Black History Month, the Cincinnati NAACP would like to recognize a few CPS staff members who aren't relegating Black history to heroes and holidays. Dr. Jaren Finney and her dedicated teachers at Rockdale Elementary, Ms. Stuckey, Ms. Boglin, and Ms. England, planned and hosted a Rockdale Black History Expo and introduced their students to members of the Cincinnati community who are currently making Black history. Next, I want to celebrate all the thinkers, planners, and worker bees behind the Midwest Black Male Educator Summit. In a word, the event was outstanding. I want to take words from our U.S. Attorney, Kenneth Parker. CPS is now planting seeds that will grow into trees that will create shade that we may never enjoy. I disagree that CPS doesn't have enough Black male teacher candidates. In fact, you have 10,000. That's the number of Black male students enrolled during the school year 23. It is time to put your money where your mouth is, be intentional, engage the community, create an action plan so that CPS can be another national model for hiring and retaining high-quality teachers of color. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Clayton Adams, and my children attend Dater Montessori, and I'm an intervention specialist at Aiken High School. I am coming to you today to discuss the growing divide that is occurring between central office and the school buildings within the district. The growing conflict between the school buildings and central office coincides with the explosion of administrative bloat that has occurred at central office in recent years. I have here in my hands a one-page document from 2021 when Tiana Amott was our interim superintendent. At this time, CFT was already sounding the alarm about administrative bloat at central office. Unfortunately, the warnings from CFT fell on deaf ears, and this leads me to the current central office organizational chart. I hold in my hand 31 pages from a PowerPoint produced in December of 2023 that shows the current central office organizational structure. We somehow went from all the central office administrators fitting on one single page in 2021 to somehow a 31-page document to explain the structure of central office. I also have a document here that lists staffing for teachers as well as administrators over the past several years. Since 2018, we've seen a 47% increase in administrators across the district, while the percentage of teachers we have on staff have remained stagnant. If I'm allowed to be candid, there are a large amount of central office administrative positions that exist solely to make teachers and principals' jobs harder. The explosion of central office admin jobs has created an environment that promotes red tape and bureaucracy. Navigating anything at central office proves to be a challenge for both CPS employees as well as parents. In addition to that, it's extremely concerning that no significant cuts to central office have been proposed during the budget process. Obviously, central office cuts won't solve the entire budget process. However, it's extremely hypocritical to ask school buildings to take on the majority of budget cuts when the cuts to central office are essentially non-existent. It would appear to me that whoever is suggesting these budget cuts has no skin in the game. Let me share a lesson with you in Leadership 101. Having no skin in the game and asking people to do something you yourself won't do is a failing strategy every single time. There will be no buy-in regarding budget cuts from school buildings until we cut a multitude of central office jobs that have zero impact on the children that attend this district. I'm speaking out because I care deeply about this district and the children we serve. Cincinnatians deserve the highest quality of public school district, and that will only happen when we start listening to the staff working in the school buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michelle Dunn, followed by Angie Wilson.
Hi, my name is Michelle Dunn, and I speak to you this evening sharing some concerns from the Cincinnati Educational Justice Coalition, which is a parent community labor group concerned with fair funding for our public schools. To start with a positive, we're glad to hear the administration's attempt to raise class sizes as a way to save money was handily halted by this board. The new leadership in this district clearly does not know the history of this district's promises made and promises kept to our city's children and to the voters who support our schools on keeping class sizes reasonable. As you move towards decisions to pass a budget, we urge you to reject the administration's recommendation to take Title I funds and fund what were meant to be temporary grant-funded positions, administrative positions, APs of culture. Title I funds are federal dollars meant to improve academic outcomes for schools with high percentage of students living in poverty. It can fund things like before and after school programs, tutoring, more teachers, and other direct services to students. Tens of millions of dollars are spent by CPS on outside contracts like external data coaches with the Hamilton County Educational Services, while our internal stabilizing roles like super subs, we call them, teachers, math and reading specialists, these are what's on the chopping block. This and other non-direct student services like administrative travel, that's in the hundreds of thousands, should be the first for cuts, given we are measured on student outcomes and should be putting our students first. The proposed cuts by this administration is a cynical one, and we look to you, our Board of Ed, to be the leaders we elected you to be and put our students first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. And as our next speaker is coming down, I would like to have Eva Whitehead, Zachary Davidson, Alexa Fulmer, and Jeff Sutton. If you could please walk down to the podium. And hopefully you can go in that order. Eva Whitehead, Zachary Davidson, or is it? Yes, Davidson, excuse me, Alexa Fulmer, and then Jeff Sutton.
Hi, my name is Angie Wilson, parent and PTSO president at Spencer Center. But today I'd like to appeal to you as a parent. Please work with us to maintain the success we have built at Spencer Center, keep our resource coordinator, and please keep us under one roof. We chose Spencer Center, my family, because of the small class sizes and the ability to stay in one building through graduation. The known has always been a comfort to my student, reducing anxiety and allowing her to excel. Truly, she has blossomed at Spencer Center, and you will hear that from so many other parents there. Tonight, you mentioned pandemic recovery. As a parent, I saw these post-COVID kids needed more than the classroom could offer. They needed more connection, more relationship, and the full experience that a grade school or high school can offer, and that is why I became involved with the PTSO. At the same time, our resource coordinator came on board, and all the hard work of a small but mighty PTSO was amplified. Spencer finally gained the champion we needed, a true partner to support our students in ways we could not achieve without her expertise and connections. In just 2 short years, Spencer has gone from 5 or 6 clubs to 23 offerings. And who benefits? Our students. Our experiment is working. We are growing, and we are finally in a position to provide for our students as a whole, and new families see that. Losing our resource coordinator would take us backwards. And splitting our community into 2 locations would take our success and dissect it. My family chose Spencer because it offered an option for my student through graduation. I feel we mirror a school like SCPA, which supports artistically gifted students. Likewise, Spencer Center supports the scholastically gifted and exceptional students. What we are doing, it's working. Let's celebrate this. Please include us in the discussion for our future growth, and please keep our community whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ava Whitehead. I'm also a Spencer parent. As a PTSO, we want long-term investment in the school, and we want to thank you as a board for seeing our need. We want to engage with you. Please visit. We look forward to seeing you at our LSDMC. Attend one of our fantastic carnivals put on by Angie, my friend. We welcome you, and we welcome that conversation. But at the same time, please see that our goal is smart growth. Growth that meets the mission of a small but mighty, gifted specialty school on one campus. A campus where the upper school helps drive and nurture the lower school, where we keep the character and the tools that have made us so successful. On a completely different note, what can I say more about our resource coordinator, Karen Hordinsky, that has not already been said? You know that she is a force multiplier, fiscally as well as otherwise. You know that she is an indefatigable problem solver, one that probably answers her cell phone too much, as I personally can attest. Why does she do that? Because she cares so much about our kids. Please, as you vote, remember that her loss will affect a smaller community more dearly and more urgently. Please help me save my friend Angie Wilson, who cannot clone herself to try to take on the role that Karen fills for our school, because as you can see, she would do it if it was scientifically possible. I have played in the budget sandbox. I have watched the budget presentation. I, along with other parents, have reviewed hours and hours and hours of prior meetings. We know your decisions are hard. We respect that. But please know that they affect a smaller community more deeply. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Zachary Davidson.
Good evening, the board. I'm Zach Davidson, lifelong resident of the East End. Currently the Easton Area Council Vice President right now. I'm coming here today or this evening to the concerns for my community are the repurposement of Riverview East Academy. And if you guys are going to close it down, the concerns we have in the community are repurposing it to benefit the community. We don't want, like a developer coming in and repurposing it as tax abated condos. That's not something we want. We want something to benefit the community. When the school was first proposed 20 years ago, we had a YMCA in the East End. We had pools, like Ms. Jane Seitz had said. And since the school had come into the community, some of it was fulfilled. Like they had a clinic in the school. They had like a little community center and all that, but that's since then it's gotten pulled. The main concern for the community members is making it more valuable to the community, not some developer. Like she was saying that the ad hoc committee never came to our board and gave us any information about the school closing or anything. It was crazy. That's about all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, members of the board and Superintendent Wright. My name is Alexa Fulmer and I am a math specialist at Pleasant Ridge Montessori. I am here on behalf of Reading and Math Specialists. Superintendent Wright shared the gains that we made from 2022 to 2023. I can speak for my school that we went from 39% being proficient at PRM to we hit pre-pandemic numbers in third grade at 69% passing math. And that is not because of the curriculum or because of the iReady My Path. It was because of me. And 80% of my students that I served were proficient and scored in the advanced and accelerated categories. Only 8 of the students that I serviced did not make proficient. So I'm very proud of that. And that is similar numbers. I am a math expert, and many of our new math specialists need to have the training that I was allotted. And you've talked about professional development. Our professional development needs to be content-based. I was a math coach for the district and was out to see it is not our teachers' fault. Our elementary teachers get 1 or 2 math courses while they are at universities around our area. And that is not enough time to learn all that they need to know. And so our district needs to provide the content. One of our goals is for more students to pass Algebra 1, their first chance. The #1 indicator for success in Algebra 1 is number fluency in 3rd grade. That is from Joe Buller, and I apologize, I don't remember the year for that. I think it's 2014. And that will be all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next set of speakers, as our next speakers coming to the podium, will be Christina Ulrich, Ann Boland, I think, Teresa Langford, and then Julie Sellers will end out. You can begin.
Yeah, hello, distinguished people. My name is Jeff Sutton, and I am the LSDMC chair at Douglas School. I also volunteer at Spencer, it turns out. I talked to you last time about how little transportation money you could possibly save with the K-6 program at Douglas. Today, I thought I'd talk a little bit about the rest of the transportation budget at Spencer or at Douglas. And that is, we have 10 behavior units, which are allowed only 10 students per classroom. Each classroom has a teacher and each classroom has a paraprofessional. And closing Douglas K-6 is going to have no effect on any of that. If you decide to use Douglas for some other purpose, you're going to have to take those kids somewhere else. And they come from all over the city. And there are lots of restrictions. They need to be on small buses. The buses need to be supervised. You're not going to save any money there either. And it's really distressing to me that all of these ideas about what you could do to save money at Douglas School are fictional. They're just silly. And that somebody needs to, I mean, we need to cut things. And that just by having people saying that they love part of their program, that doesn't solve any kind of a financial problem. So I really hope that whoever is figuring out these numbers can get a little more serious about where it is that the expenses are going.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Christina Ulrich.
I'm a Madisonville resident and a parent of a John P. Parker preschooler. We absolutely love our school, and I want to express my disappointment in the bias survey regarding Bramble and the lack of true community engagement. The forecast states that families and communities will be full partners and decision makers. As a John P. Parker parent, I experienced what appeared to be an intentional exclusion in the discourse regarding our school. I attended one of the many community sessions at Bramble, where we were presented with a list of everything that the community had stated that they wanted to see in an early childhood school. Every item on the list already exists at John P. Parker. In the one and only meeting held at John P. Parker, the overwhelming message was that we want to keep our school the way that it is. Our questions were not answered and nothing seemed to be recorded. Please consider the actual input you received from John P. Parker families, including the petition and printed surveys provided to you. My concern is that a decision was made regarding Bramble and the community engagement was designed to fit that narrative. I hope you will do the right thing for our children and not break up our school. Okay, your turn.
I want John P. Parker to stay the way that it is.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. Ann Boland.
Right, Ann Boland. Madam Board President and members of the board, my name is Ann Boland. I live in Madisonville. I have been a long-time math tutor in CPS. I currently tutor children from high schoolers on the west side to inner city kids, as well as kids at Schroeder. I won't take credit for the improvement in math, but we need more volunteers to tutor the students outside of school hours for sure. The kids need help. Even though we're making progress, we can make more. I'm sad that Lisa Fuller at Schroeder is retiring. She's a great asset to CPS. She'll be greatly missed. I want to start off by saying I am not opposed to leaving John P. Parker the same way it is. However, the budget is likely going to dictate that, as well as changes to many, many, many other schools in our district. Currently in Madisonville, we have Schroeder High School, John P. Parker, and Bramble, formerly known as Bramble, whatever the name is now. And although Principal Neal does an outstanding job at managing the school, Schroeder is packed to the gills. The office that I use, small, has 4 people in it. One of the assistant principals is in a former closet. We have to use maintenance closets in order to tutor students during school hours. There is no room at Schroeder. John P. Parker is what it is. You know better than I do what the capacity is and how many students are there. And we have a highly underused facility in John P. Parker. And Bramble. John P. Parker is not a neighborhood school. Numbers furnished by the district show that a significant number, from half to 2/3 of every class, come in from outside the
Thank you so
district.
much.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm not Teresa. Is that okay? Teresa gave me her spot.
I was wondering, okay, yes.
Hi, I am Kate Bodos. This evening, I am actually speaking as the president of the Madisonville Community Council. At our February 15th Madisonville Community Council meeting, the topic of the state of the schools came up at our meeting. And it was requested by the general body that the CPS administration, at some point in the near future, come and give, if possible, the presentation that was previously given around potential grade bands for Bramble, Schroeder, and Parker to the community as a whole. We know that there was a meeting at John P. Parker back in November, which was extremely well attended, but that was geared specifically toward parents with school-age children. As we all know, our children impact us not only now, but 20, 30, 100 years from now in what they do. The community wants to have a voice and find out more information. Unfortunately, not everybody is always able to attend all of the meetings, no matter the avenues that they appear. So I will be sending an official request to have someone from the administration, if possible, come and give that presentation. At this time, the Community Council has not taken any stance for or against what is going to happen. We understand that there are so many different moving pieces to the budget, and we want to respect that. But we also, as a community, are asking for more information so that we can find out what is actually going to happen, because we have 4 schools in our neighborhood, not only Parker and Schroeder and Bramble, but we have Lighthouse as well. And how are all of those schools going to be impacted for our kids now and our kids in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Julie Sellers.
Good evening, members of the board. As you are making your decisions this evening concerning the budgets for schools, I would like to just make a few more comments because I have been commenting for the last few months. Our schools are not overstaffed. That's a fact. Employees who work directly with students are not in abundance. That's a fact. If you want to improve student achievement, you can't do that by cutting direct services to students or increasing caseloads or class sizes. Please review the number of vacancies you have on the books. The district should not be using vacancies as an accounting practice to pad expenses for the district. This practice encumbers tens of millions of dollars in the budget every year. And if we actually do need to make cuts to balance the budget, why is the district still creating new administrative positions to add to the bloat? As all of you know, that not having enough subs within a district creates a day of confusion, causing students to not have their full day of instruction. Research has shown that there is a national shortage of substitute teachers, which widened since the pandemic. Our daily subs don't even make $20 an hour. So there is a shortage of daily rate subs because they can go anywhere and do a much easier job for the same amount of money. Schools serving low-income areas are the least likely to be able to find enough substitutes. We need to maintain our building subs, or what they're called now super subs, in any school that has a history with not having a proper amount of subs to report and cover absences. A study out of Chicago found that paying subs up to 50% more at hard-to-staff schools can be an effective incentive. When no substitute is available, the remaining teachers often must do double duty by taking extra students into their classrooms or covering another class during their planning bell, which can contribute to teacher burnout and teachers wanting to leave our district. It is chaos that teachers cannot handle. Sometimes reading tutors or other specialists fill in, which means that the extra support sessions, which has been a priority to make up for the pandemic learning losses on those canceled days, is having a direct impact on students. By having full-time building or super subs, those teachers are able then to form relationships within the building with the other teachers, with students and the other staff members so that they can be more successful as a sub. I know that they think that cutting super subs is somehow going to save the district all kinds of money, but for the amount that we have, it really isn't. Most schools just have one. Some of the big schools have two. And that's not too much to ask to make sure that there's somebody going to be there to take on teacher absences. At this point, our teachers' attendance for this year has been about 94.4%, which is pretty high. It's not 98% like we used to have, but 94.4% is still an adequate amount. But sometimes those are still teachers in every school every day who are having to cover for other teachers, which could be causing more teachers to call in sick. So thank you as you're making these decisions. I hope you're going to really think about how would you feel if it was your student in those classrooms where there could be cuts affecting them. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, and thanks for all those folks that participated during a hearing of the public. We appreciate it greatly. And now we'll turn this over to the superintendent to introduce our first two presentations. I will remind the board members that the curriculum adoption for the most important study, which is social studies, is actually going to be part of the superintendent's recommendations, as I understand it. So, Madam Superintendent, the chair is yours.
Okay, thank you, President Bolton. So this is an update from our social studies curriculum adoption, recommendations based on the pilot, teacher feedback, and community engagement. So an overview of the feedback, there was an RFP evaluation team that reviewed and assessed all the bids to select programs to pilot. The teacher surveys, teachers were invited to review and provide feedback through monthly newsletters and the September PD Day. The pilot teachers gave weekly feedback, pilot teachers' final evaluation of the piloted program as well. And then community engagement, the materials were shared online and at the February 5th open house. And that was for a period of 3 or 4 weeks to just get some additional feedback around the items that were being recommended. Next slide. So a summary of the pilot data, there is a breakdown of the data that can be found in the report that is linked in the PDF that shows report on pilot data and community engagement. So there were 3 in terms of thinking overall, in terms of the different areas. The K-3 pilot was the weekly feedback, the pilot final evaluation, the teacher rankings, the weekly feedback score, for the core, I'm sorry, for 4 to 11, and then the 4 to 11 pilot for the final evaluations, and then the 411 pilot for the teacher rankings and the 4th grade Ohio standards. So if we'll go to the next slide. So a summary of the survey data, and just so that we know, we look at, I'm going to start with the community survey because I know the first response is going to be, there were 12 responses. So we are open to how we get additional individuals to engage around this process. That was a very open process in terms of coming in and giving feedback or being able to do that online. So open to that. What we have, however, for teacher responses is 79. The results and conclusions was for TCI, which was the most favorable, 3-1, and McGraw-Hill was the second, that was 2-1. Next slide. So the social studies curriculum alignment for the must-have. So what you see on the left was the requirement for the criteria and the resource of the top 3 that were selected that met those particular criteria. So just to say one, the alignment to Ohio standards was met by TCI and Ohio as America. The historical accuracy and content was met by all 3, TCI, DBQ, Ohio as America. Reflect student diversity and lived experiences was met by all 3 of those that were recommended. And real world connections, TCI, DBQ, and Ohio as America. There are also some additional areas here that look at multiple experiences that were met by all 3. Literacy standards as well as bias-free was met by all 3. Literacy standards was only met by 1, which is DBQ, but again, this is social studies curriculum that we're looking at as well. Next slide. So overall recommendations and rationale. For the TCI, the core K-12 text and student journals. For digital 4-11, consumables K-3. Teacher and student resources reflective of universal design for learning. So that's the UDL framework. Engagement activities built into the framework for each lesson to facilitate student discourse and cooperative learning. For DBQ Online, 5th grade through 11th grade curriculum aligned with literacy standards. Document-based questions or DBQs facilitate primary source analysis and writing for understanding. The C3 framework anchors history, civics, economics, and geography into compelling questions, and structure to develop spoken and written evidence-based arguments. And lastly, Ohio as America, specifically designed in Ohio to align with the 4th grade Ohio history standards in partnership with Ohio History Connection, offering additional learning opportunities for students and teachers. Next slide. So overall considerations, as we're looking at the spending for each, the current spending, $766,880. And then the 5-year spending is an estimated $740,000. And that is a period per year. Did want to break that down into the cost per student. Next slide. Let's go back to the slide, one more slide. So I want to make sure that we look right here because we're looking at what the recommendations are and the recommendations and the rationale. As we get ready to open up for questions, I do want to recognize our social studies team that's actually here with us tonight as we do the presentation. So I would like to give them recognition and a round of applause for their work in working through this process. So I'll open up here for questions.
Do any members have any questions regarding the social studies curriculum prior to our adoption when we pass the superintendent's recommendations? Go first this time. You taught social studies.
Thank you. I'm very happy to go later on as well. I just want to say this is exciting and thank you. As President Bolden mentioned, I am a former social studies teacher, and I think this is so important and so important to get right. I just want to say thank you. I think also wanted to say to the administration and to the treasurer's office, the cost per student piece is so great because there's so many. How do you make sense of budgets that are of $600 million plus? You know, I think thinking about how much do we send total per student and then what for this particular investment are we talking about feels like a bargain at less than $25 a kid per year. I think to the extent we have time and if we need to table this for a future date, it's no problem. But we live in a world, unfortunately, where there's all kinds of madness around what it means to teach history accurately. and to teach history in a way that says we care about every single student and every single family who lives in our community. I'm really proud to be a board member in CPS because of our equity statement and our anti-racism statement. And social studies curriculum is a hot topic on all of those fronts. And so if there's any commentary that you all could offer on, what does this say about our values and who is welcome here and what we think a good education is, I think that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy, superintendent and the team or whomever.
Sure, if we can go back to the previous slide. One more. Right here. So one of the reasons that we put this in the presentation is to call out the areas that were addressed by each of the products. And in those specifically where we really saw alignment and where the feedback gave alignment was looking at bias-free, inclusive, and representative, including authors, perspectives, historians, and content. So all of those things were things that were looked at. The other area that the other two reflect student diversity and lived experiences as we think about our equity policy and our anti-racism policy, as well as our real world connections. The other thing that was important to the team, however, and we understand why it would be important, is at the very top, historical accuracy and content. So it's one thing to have the diversity of information, but we did want to make sure that the information that was included was also accurate when it comes to contextual information and the content.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Other questions, comments? Vice President?
Yes, so I had the opportunity when the social studies curriculum was here. What day was that? I don't remember the date.
I believe it was the 5th.
Yeah, so I had the opportunity to actually,
That's the evening that we had 1,000 people come to,
I can't remember
to
that.
see the social studies curriculum display.
So I got an opportunity to actually have the books in hand. And if we can obviously stay on this slide here where the superintendent is discussing some of the criteria and the things that were met by. And to board member Lindy, I actually got the chance to hold, the materials in my hand. I went through the elementary, I went through high school, and as a former CPS teacher, for me, seeing that the teachers really like the use of the material that piloted is very important, and just the visuals and just making sure that the books and the curriculum is very diverse as well. So we had the opportunity to check that out, and I look forward to any other curriculum that we do pass that you all as board members check it out as well.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? We good? Then I will take the opportunity to do this.
Board member, President Bolton, I do have a question.
Kendra?
Yes.
Voice from above. Please, please. Go ahead.
Yes. So Superintendent Wright, I am looking at the criteria in addition to the report of pilot data and community engagement. And so I'm recognizing that between the curriculum McGraw-Hill and TCI and DBQ, there was a Likert scale of implementation or whether the teachers would recommend the curriculum. And it was on a scale of 1 to 5. So 1 strongly disagree, 5 strongly agree. And so I'm wondering, based off of the numbers that are presented, it seems like it was just slightly above average. Could you expound on that for me?
Sure.
In terms of the recommendation.
Sure. So one of the what we know or what we've learned to be true is there are very few contents or curriculum that cover everything that you're looking to cover in one package. So when we think about the curricula that was reviewed, different curricula address different areas. So for example, TCI is the core curriculum. DBQ gives the information for the project-based learning, that's the expectation for the curriculum. And of course, Ohio as America meets the requirement for coverage for Ohio specifically, and I believe that it's 4th grade, but Ohio specifically for what would be in the content or the curriculum.
Okay, and so it's our expectation or the administration's expectation to use these curriculum supplementally to make sure that all those areas are covered where there may be criteria that is lacking?
Correct. So TCI is the core curriculum. So that is the curriculum that would be used for to cover all of the parts, so to speak, in terms of the content. But when we look at DBQ as well, that brings in the project-based work. And then Ohio and America make sure that for our fourth grade students, they meet all of the standards and the expectation that is a part of the Ohio requirement for fourth graders.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question, you spoke about opportunities for more engagement from the community. How long are we expecting to maybe leave this community engagement process open before we move forward with adopting the
Right,
curriculum?
so the community engagement process passed. That was, it was about a 3-week period of putting the information out, making it available, putting the information out online, as well as having the day when the vendors could actually be here, as Vice President Weinberg referred to come in. I think that where we want to continue to make certain that we work is getting the different types of engagement when it's not something that, there is not as much interest across the board in. And so we want to make sure that we continue to work through that process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments, questions?
So I wish that I was a history expert, but I'm not. So I'm going to definitely defer to the team that was successful in all the work that you did. Thank you so much for this. And you all are the experts. Now, math, I can kill it, but history, not so much. However, I do, again, and you brought this up, so this is one reason why I'm emphasizing it. The engagement piece is really significant to me. I really would like to, I'm looking at the report of the pilot data and the community engagement file that is supplemental to the slides. And it definitely aligns with what you're suggesting. I do wonder, with regard to engagement, how are we engaging our LSDMCs as community members, our PTOs, like the Holocaust centers? There are significant partners who could give some very valuable and rich feedback that I'm just wondering, have they been invited? I'm specifically on page, well, they don't have numbers. So I'm kind of half towards the bottom. There's a chart that says community engagement. I'm not exactly sure.
Right.
It's towards the bottom. But I'm just wondering, what is our process for engage right there? What is our process for engagement? Because I'm thinking, are we inviting relevant partners and members of the community to give us rich feedback that they may have that specifically can give us some data around this? And it goes back to really our lack of engagement, but in an effort to try to be more engaging, what was our strategy that we got the 12, and then maybe we can explore some ways to get more?
So thank you for the question. So I think that we follow the process that has been followed in the district historically, which is to send the information out, as a part of our primary way of getting information out across the board to our internal stakeholders is by way of email, the same way for our families. We do robocalls. We send text messages. So as much as we can to engage around that part. We also do, and we've been getting an increase in the monthly alphabet soup video logs that we send out as well. So we include the information there. We have a population, a pretty strong population of individuals that are not a part of the district, but they are community partners that have signed up to receive that as well. So monthly, that information goes out to them also. So I think moving forward, as we go through each of the processes, other than inviting those individuals in, we will continue to work with the LSDMCs. The information does go out to them in terms of anytime we're asking questions, that is sent out via our team to get feedback as well. And so we'll continue to look at what are the additional strategies that we can do to get more individuals to be involved.
Any other comments, questions? I'll just add a couple of comments. First of all, I maintain still I think it was Mr. Morosky and I are the last of the Mohicans that were here when we last adopted this curriculum. And now this is the new revision, and I'm proud to adopt it. I'm also proud of the fact that it represents, I think, the most progressive and inclusive and professional social studies curriculum in the state. I'm also pleased that somehow we have been able to adopt a social studies curriculum, or about to, and there's not 400 or 500 people screaming at us, which is remarkable, and it says a lot about the Cincinnati community and the trust that people place in our professionals that teach these very important subjects. I also look forward to, I believe on the March 4th, we'll be doing the financial literacy piece of this as well, and hope that we have room in the curriculum for that, as not losing anything else that we have. But I congratulate social studies for this effort, and I will confess it's the only curriculum stuff that I do read. I can't help myself. I can't. Now, Mr. Morosky, he reads the language arts curriculum religiously every Wednesday. Correct? Every Wednesday morning. Now, we don't know what these other folks do, but I'll be proud to cast a vote for the adoption of this curriculum, and hope that social studies continues to be our leaders in this new, as Mr. Lindy said, scary and difficult world. Thank you very much. Superintendent, you have another presentation, I think, to introduce.
I think I do. The next one is on the Black Male Educators Update. And we had discussed actually doing this one before the summit, but after having the summit, I think it just adds a period or an exclamation point to why it's important that we actually had the summit. So this just gives a Black male employee snapshot for our district for where we are right now. But it also gives some information in terms of national numbers and the state. So just an overview, Black males account for the following proportions of teachers. So the US number is about 1.3%. In Ohio, that's 4.7%. And for Cincinnati, that's 3.8%. Currently, Black male students account for 30.2% of the enrollment in Cincinnati public schools. And I would like to share here that as we talk about that, that is a K-12 enrollment as we're thinking about where the populations are. 47.4% of Black male students have not received regular instruction from a Black male teacher this school year because of the number of schools that we have that do not have a Black male educator in their building. Next slide. So clarifying the data, teacher refers to fully licensed employees covered under the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers unless otherwise specified. So we're not talking about substitutes that are in the classes. We're not talking about paraprofessionals, et cetera. This is specifically licensed teacher. Student race and gender identities are provided by their legal guardian during enrollment and may not accurately reflect the student experience. So we just want to share that this is based on, this is how we do demographics, but it is based on family reported information. So that's where the numbers come from. In terms of employees, race and gender are self-reported and optional as we think about employees. So this is the best data we have based on that. And all data is current as of January the 26th. The historical data are recorded as of the 26th of the given year. So just wanted to make sure we reiterate that so that we know what snapshot that we're looking at. Next slide. So only 126 male teachers in CPS. That gives us our 3.8%. We see the breakdown across the board as we look at where our populations of teachers are. So just as we're thinking through that, what that looks like in terms of our males, our largest population of teachers across the board in terms of ethnicity are our white population of teachers. Next slide. We also looked at geographics just to see if there was any concentration of where Black male teachers were, East versus West versus Central. And what we found is it's pretty much, there's not really a clear geographical concentration when we think about our Black male teachers. Next slide. So our top 5 schools by percent of Black male teachers are the Promise Center in terms of percentages. So we took this information, of course, based on the teacher count, which you see on the slide, and then the percentage from there based on the count. So the highest population in terms of locations, the Promise Center, which is our alternative program. Douglas is next, then Woodward High School, which actually has the largest number, even though the percentage is less because they have more teachers in the building. Schroeder, and then Ethel Taylor. If you're looking for a complete list with the full data, you can click the link below, and it lets you know specifically by school how many Black male teachers are in each building. Next slide. These are the 22 schools right now that don't have any Black educators, any Black male educators, any Black male teachers in the building. And so I'll talk about strategy in a minute, but that's where we are in terms of the number of schools. So when we reference the 47.4%, that's based on these schools not having Black male educators in the building. The other thing that's also fair to share is just because there is a Black male there, if there is only one, it does not, they're still limited how many students are getting access to that particular teacher, as would be the expectation across the board. Next slide. So by licensure areas and universities, so our top licensure area is mild and moderate educational needs. So that's in our DSS area. There has been a real specific, over the last several years, there's been a real specific push in the DSS area to move paraprofessionals into this area. And so when we looked at the data and talked to the team, that was one of the areas that we thought that we were seeing here that made such a difference in the numbers in terms of where the top licenses are. And then we see math, music is next, social studies, PK, 6, and school counselors both have 7 in terms of their top licensed area. And then by university, our top university is the University of Cincinnati for the teachers that are in the building. Xavier is next, Miami, then Central, and after that, Wright State. Next slide. So there are better representation when we think about right now Black males in the administrative roles. And so we see about 22% of the Black males in the district that are administrators. There's about 22.6% there. One of the things that we've been able to kind of identify with that is the pool is different, and that pool has been opened outside of the district as well. And so some individuals that are hired into the district are hired in those administrative roles. Next slide. This gives the employment rate over the years from 2019 to 24, and the breakdown by the particular the particular union. And so that gives an idea of where our Black males are in the district, but also specifically how we're looking at that work overall. The other thing that we've been thinking about quite a bit, and this raised as we were working with the larger leadership team, was around really using our, and I know that, Emily would not like me to say this, but using, thinking about pipeline work within our current organization. So for example, there are some of our security professionals that may be interested in teaching, or they have pursued some work around educational services. So how we're able to work with them, find out what they may be interested in. That's been one of the recommendations that's been provided, and thinking about how we may use our current pipeline work to make sure that we're continuing to improve in this area. Next slide. So our overall next step is, of course, and I kind of started talking about that a little bit, expand our recruitment and pipeline efforts, looking at teacher residency programs, specialized pathways, so that we're working with our current employee groups that have large percentages of Black males already there. Continuing to work on expanding our internal retention efforts, really talking about how we're looking at reimagining CPS affinity groups and how we're providing support to the individuals that we have, because this is as much around looking to retain our staff across the board as it is recruit. So we want to, of course, address recruitment, but we definitely want to work around retention. Ongoing listening sessions for our Black males, really hearing from them what they're needing in terms of support. We're beginning to hear some of that, and then making certain that we're able to put systems in place so that we can respond to that. And Expand the summit. I think we've heard enough about the summit today, so I'll go to the next. Increase stakeholder partnership, and that's from community engagement, local community organizations, cultural centers, places of faith. So just making sure that we are across the board, making it known that this is something that we're focusing on and we're willing to get feedback and support, and to continue to look for possible corporate sponsorships that could provide additional funding. Because some of the feedback that we also get is how we're able to help with things like certification, or how we're able to help with reimbursement, tuition reimbursement, and possibly doing that in a way that it then allows us to give individuals a certain amount of time to work in the district while we're also looking at growing our pipeline of work. I think the last here in terms of pipeline, and we didn't call it out, but I think that Ms. Marie said it earlier, beginning to have conversations about education earlier. And I think we can say that around teaching, but starting with our students much earlier to get them engaged and interested in teaching, because just like students say they want to be a doctor or a lawyer or any of those things, as we talk to students, we don't hear as much. Several years ago, you would hear teacher as often as you hear those things. Now, when you're talking to students, you don't. So making sure that we are beginning to do the engagement, we're looking at our own students in the district as opportunities for additional pipeline work. We have the partnership with Miami University, continuing to expand that through Miami and some other locations as well. I think we are in our second year right now, so those students would be sophomores. So they still have 2 more years before they graduate, knowing that we would be looking for them to come back to us and work for CPS. So I think that's our last slide. I will open up for questions that we have.
Anybody have any questions or comments for the superintendent? Member Craig?
Just really 2 comments on this. And I think one of them is just kind of a reiteration of one of the things that I did hear from some of the folks I talked to while I was here on Saturday, which is part of the struggle is also in how do you do that transition from doing something else to then becoming a teacher or becoming an educator in a space. Because a number of folks I spoke to talked about their experiences working in things like junior achievement and other ways of getting involved and wanting to get more involved. But in some ways, I think it's also about like doing the summit to also explain and uplift the process to get them engaged in those steps along the way. Because I think that's one of the things that'll be really helpful in that process. But then the second thing, and I think this is one of the things that I think is still just Mark, I don't know there's a way to fix it, so I don't know that I have a great thought on that part of it, but I think it's just something that we really do have to recognize is while we also recognize the absence of male teachers in those 22 schools, I think in some ways, one of the things I heard from somebody was like the fact that you had a male in the building who understood what I was saying, how I was saying it, why I felt certain ways, who saw the experiences that I had and could relate to it, is another aspect to that educator part, right? That knows that a student is not saying this because, and I'm stealing a lot from what Robert Jackson said here, but it is understanding that I'm saying these things in a way because of the struggles that I have to go through, because of the things that I have to deal with when I get home, because of the life that I live, that I'm carrying that hurt into the school. And someone who understands that, experienced that, may relate to that differently than someone who didn't. And that part of it can happen even when it's not necessarily the teacher in that building. And so I think that's the other thought that I had is just, in some ways, we use the educator label at the Saturday event to cover more than just the teacher in the building. And I'm wondering just that role of having some of those community partners and others who, even if we don't have a teacher in that building, we can have someone who represents those experiences the students have in that building.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. Comments, Superintendent?
Thank you for that. I do think in our breakdown, we do show across the schools where the other individuals are. We have made this part of the conversation specific to Black male teachers for obvious reasons, because we're really talking about what we see happening in the classroom and who's primarily responsible for that work in the classroom. But I do think that, to your point, across many of the schools, even that don't have a Black male teacher, they likely have a Black male at the building, but it's generally not someone that they're interacting with in the classroom.
Mr. Borowski?
Thank you, President Bolton, and thanks for this. So I have a question and then just a comment. So I'll ask the question first. So this is K through 12. My son is fortunate in that he's already had one black male teacher in his 4 years of existence on the planet. And it was preschool. And so I'm curious if you have those numbers. I know there was a lot of investment via Greenlight Fund and some other folks in an initiative for black males in preschool. So do we have those numbers for our preschools?
We can get those numbers. I think the program that you're talking about specifically is Literacy Lab. And
No.
so, no,
It was Leading Men Fellows.
Leading Men Fellows, I'm sorry. I've got the
All
two,
good,
two L,
all good.
wrong L. But I know that program specifically was around engaging with Black males that were in preschool classrooms, working with them as the teacher in the class for preschoolers. We made our information specific to certified teachers and K-12, but I think we can pull that information for our programs.
And just be nice to know for edification. I don't know if it would give any big light bulb or anything. But the only thing, the commentary I had, and I know at least a few members up here have heard me say this in different capacities. I love all of these, the next steps and everything as far as like where we are today. I remain committed to the fact that how we treat black males when they're in our buildings is the best recruitment tool we have, because we all know, which is why it's one of our focus areas. So a shout out to us and then the administration for executing. Just last meeting, we looked at data about discipline infractions among black male students versus other students, and we're tracking it. And this is another thing that would be awesome to see in the news. Member Lindy, I'm with you on that one as well. We'll see, probably, we'll see, but fingers crossed. My point is the equity policy, the anti-racism policy, certainly the fact that we have people measuring these things and tracking these things, Dr. Lillian's team, you, the superintendent, the board is asking the right questions. If someone gets treated like crap in a place, they're not going to ever want to return to the place. That's why we don't have black male teachers. And the more we can go out of our way to ensure that we're creating environments where young black males feel comfortable and want to be, I think that's the best we can do combined with these. So that's the only comment I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Comment, Superintendent?
Thank
We'll
you.
take some more
And
questions.
thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Ms. Murphy. So I wasn't too far off. So Leading Men Fellows and Literacy Lab is the same thing. So that's why we interchange those words. I have been talked to them the most about Literacy Lab, but they're both the same. So I don't see Shauna, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Shauna Murphy.
Member Moffett.
So this is just such rich data, and I know that we are speaking about the Black Male Educator Expo, and we probably exhausted it enough, but I would like to say that in the debrief that I had an opportunity to exchange on Saturday with some of the students and the staff that were instrumental in putting it together. Educators, to me, is such a broad, we're talking, as you mentioned, we're talking about certificated professionals, but there are people in these buildings that are touching our students and impacting their education. And I think I mentioned to Mr. Pollack and his team that we really should, with intentionality, invite our security staff, our just every Black male that is impactful in the life of students. When you speak to the students, they talk about coaches that have impacted them. They talk about other people who have educated them. And so I think it would be really great if we could expand that to, with the ultimate goal, get to be certificated staff, but there's already an existing pipeline. We just need to make sure that we nurture those seeds that have already been planted. And so that's one of the takeaways that I was able to take from the Black Male Educator Summit, but also in your data, we have a large litany of Black males that are already in our buildings impacting students that maybe we could engage and survey. I hate to keep saying survey, but in some manner, engage them to find out what their barriers are to education. To the board member Morosky's point, there are specific reasons why some people don't select education, professions, CPS, and if they have had bad experiences, and oftentimes even if their friends have had bad experiences, then things become non-options for them. So we do have young men who were represented on this stage on Saturday who were really, they spoke very eloquently. And they could be entertained about going into education. So I think it's also about the existing staff that we have, staff and teachers, and then also the students engaging and igniting within them the love of education and what education means. And so I think that's all part of recruitment that we could do a much better job on. Because we've got the system in place, the equity policy is there, we've got the foundation there. We just need to plant some different seeds and grow. So thank you very much to the team that put up that on, but then also to your administration that has set a good foundation for growth.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions from board members? I'd just like to kind of pick a bone about this, Superintendent, since you and I have a longstanding argument about our strategic plan. In our strategic plan, there's a whole section that talks about we are all educators. And to the point that's been raised by Morosky and also by Moffitt, I think that this is an opportune time to expand, because the reality is, I don't want to criticize this because I think this is all valid and important, but I do think we chose, when we're talking in terms of teaching, it's probably our worst number. And it is not necessarily inclusive of, as people have mentioned, all of the men, African-American men that are in our schools. And I think it's important to expand it to preschool if we could, although I don't really think those numbers are going to be very good either. But I think we should be talking about all of our educators, since we're recognizing that in the strategic plan, and you've made a point to do that. I think too, all of our coaches, all of our partners, our resource coordinators, folks from the lead agency. So I think this is an important thing to figure out our work ahead of us, which I think is really the point of all of whatever we do. But I think for us to have a broader picture of what our schools in our district looks like, and is reflective of the diversity that I think I see, I think that would be helpful. And I would appreciate it, especially since you say that everybody's an educator in your strategic plan. I mean, I'll have to buy it now.
So thank you, and thank you, Board Member Moffitt, for your responses as well. So I think there are two things that I would call up. One, the research right now around Black male educators is specific to teachers, which is the one reason that we pulled that information out. So this is not just looking at the impact of students having Black males in their life, but it's specifically looking at having Black males as educators. So that's why we pull that information, and having Black males as teachers. So that's why we pull that specific information. I think the second thing, and I think it's later in the month, I will be one of the individuals that will be visiting the Hill again, because the conversation came up at the Hill before, and the same conversation holds true. There really needs to be a national strategy, a national push, a national campaign around elevating educators again, elevating educators across the country, because when we look at all of those different spaces and places, one, many of our colleges of education are closing, so that's one. Number two, we don't have as many Black males that are going into colleges of education, and the colleges of education that are open are also closing. And then number three, we also have to address, when we think about certification and certification requirements, we know that most assessments are not standardized on individuals of color. And so as a result of that, where we see barriers, we may have individuals that are great in classrooms with being able to share and disseminate information. However, when it gets to the gateway of being able to pass the assessment or the test that goes along with getting the certification, it becomes a block. And so really beginning to look at what are some additional things that can happen at a national level that will allow us to really elevate the voices and the focus on teachers. And I know I'm talking about Black males right now, but I do believe that that's important for education as a whole, because we know that there is still there's a national teacher shortage right now as well. And so how we begin to think through that and begin to do additional focus. So thank you for all of the feedback. And thank you also for our district being the leaders in this kind of conversation. I don't think that we would have the courage to move forward with the level of work that we're doing here had it not been for the work that the district has already done around equity and anti-racism. So I do thank you. Thank you for giving us that opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Superintendent and Treasurer, do either of you have any new material or data or documentation to share with us regarding budget and where we are?
So I'll pass this.
President Bolton, can I ask the question before you transition?
Sure, go ahead. As we're passing the papers out. I wish I could see when you're trying to talk to me. So we'll have to work on that technically.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you to the board as well as Superintendent Wright for elevating and championing this conversation, because we know that it is a topic that definitely needs attention. And so my question is, do we have data, Superintendent Wright, that correlates to how the low representation of Black male educators are directly impacting our student outcomes within the district, so that we can continue to affirm our educators, strengthen our educators through the affinity groups, and ultimately assist us with reaching our goals and targeting those areas that we're seeing challenges in within our outcomes?
So I don't know if we would do a correlative study on what not having Black males in the district would do to students. I think instead, what we are focusing on as we're looking at moving forward is how we are truly engaging with our current men that are in the district to identify what is keeping them in the district, to identify how we may be able to use the feedback that we get from them in terms of additional recruitment and recruitment efforts. The data that I referenced earlier was a pretty intensive national data study that was done several years ago, and it was around just what the research at that time was saying around children that had a Black male educator as a part of their educational career. So I don't know that we would look to do a study that would show by us not having it what the impact is. I think instead we are looking to continue to identify where we are to provide the level of support necessary for the teachers that we do have in classrooms so that we can continue to see the improvement with our students in terms of improving their outcomes.
Okay, thank you. I think it is definitely helpful. I think any data around just continuing to improve having our male educators, our Black male educators, is definitely important. And so anything that we can do to strengthen that, we know that it definitely impacts our student outcomes as well. So just wanted to see if we would have any specific information about that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the budget check-in information collectively is the same information that we shared on the 14th. So this particular document is not different. What we did do, there are two things that we printed out so that as we're having the conversation, that you would have it in front of you so that you're able to reference it. And we'll also go into it on the slides. So the first thing that is slightly different, because we want to make sure, we'll go to the next slide, go down to the red one that's right there. So this is the information that you have. It's current as of the information that you have. It's just if we'll click here on the link. The last time that we reviewed this, and the treasurer and I are actually talking about this every day. And so anytime we find something else that we may be able to include as something that could be a reduction, we include it. So the last time you saw this sheet, the number that is in yellow that says 28 million, does everybody see where that is in yellow on the left? That number was 33 million. The first thing that I want to share as we're going through these documents is this assumes that all the recommendations, and we know that won't be the case, but I want you to know where the numbers come from. This assumes that all of the proposals that we have currently provided to the board are accepted, and that's where that number comes from. The way we get to the 33 million versus the 28 is as we're continuing to go through and tweak, we found additional monies that otherwise look like it would be recurring dollars that as of this point have not been recurring. So we went ahead, and that was from ESSER. So we went ahead and included that here so that you would have a running total. As much as possible, as we go through the conversation tonight, the team is going to try to capture it so that at the end, we will then be able to see what our overall remaining balanced budget is based on the feedback that's provided tonight. So that's the first thing. The second thing that you have, you've already had these. If we will go to you've seen these before, but this is the sandbox that you referenced. So on the sandbox, what we've done as we went through the presentations for everyone that was a part of the roundtables, we took our entire budget and broke the budget down based on the amounts. Now, whether we agree or not with the type of cost, that's not the most important at this point, but this lets you know that if there is anything that we're saying we don't support, this gives you the dollar amount for that other area so that if you're recommending something else, we automatically know what it is that we're looking at. That's not the right slide, Rob. If you'll go to the one that shows the building blocks, the budget building blocks, that's the definitions. If you go to the next one, the next tab. Okay, this is in the same, it is listed, it is on board docs. It's the same resources that you've seen before. Nothing else is different. We just gave it to you in hard copy so that you would have it in front of you. So this is what's been shared previously. This is what we've gone through previously, and this is also what we've shared through the roundtables discussions. The next thing that you have after the building blocks, I think that was it. Yes, that's it. So we just pulled those out so that you would have them in front of you. But we also have them on the slide here so that we can illuminate, and they're all on board docs. Yes, that's it.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Lindy.
Thank you very much, President Bolden, and thanks, Superintendent. I just wanted to make sure I was following the budget blocks worksheet there at the bottom. My brain moves kind of slowly on this, but is this basically what is not being proposed as a cut?
No, this is actually the total of the entire $609 million budget that we have. So what we did here is broke down every dollar in the general fund and how it's actually used as a part of the budget.
Yep. I thought that, and forgive me if I'm asking some questions that are really basic. I thought 609 was where we were trying to get.
If we, 609, let's go, correct, but let's go back to the slide for the overall budget links, right? If we'll go to the working draft under choices, this is the slide that gave the proposals or the recommendations that we gave, but that did not, it's not these building blocks, it's just these were the recommendations. So we would illuminate it here in terms of that part. If you'll go back to the overall budget slide, the first slide, back to the, I'm sorry, the first tab. Thank you. The tab here is our forecast, is where we are. So this gave our total information from our overall forecast because we took out any information over that would allow us to get to the total dollars that we have now. So the 696 that we're looking at here, let me give you the total on the bottom. I may have to go to my own links. Yeah, we didn't include the slide that showed the totals, but if you scroll down all the way to the bottom, it tells us where we are currently in the 609 because the rest of the budget was based on ESSER. So where we're looking to close the gap is the difference of the 609, which is what we were built on last year, plus the overspend that we have for ESSER. Our forecast this year is actually less than 609. What's the forecast for this year?
It's like
Forecast for
606.
this year, 606.5.
The forecast for this year is 606. So
Yeah.
the forecast this year is less than where we started with the 609.
Yeah.
If I may, yeah, the building blocks, the 609 is the entirety of the current year budget. So it's every line that's in the current FY24 general fund.
Right.
Got it. Thank you
So
very
as
much.
you look at, as you look at things, you can refer back to that.
Thank you.
And the rest of this number in terms of the 694 that we started with included ESSER. And then from there, we included the other areas that still need to be addressed, which got us to our current the budget gap that we're looking to fill.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Other comments, questions, points of clarification? Mr. Morosky.
I understand what I'm looking at. Now, I appreciate the question from Mr. Lindy, but I understand now. I'm okay now. I get too many graphs though, and I start to get like
I hear
graphed
you.
out.
Well, thank God for the color coding. It's helping me through this. Other questions, comments? Superintendent?
If one last thing, if I could ask everyone on the board that's looking at the information, if you will go to the choices working draft, because that gives you the proposals that we've already given. So you have, because I think that that's what we're going to be talking through now, but that's where it's located. So you're able to see here what the proposal is and the amount of the proposal. As shared earlier, the board never received information from us that included anything that related to CBA language. So while we did collect information for that through surveys, that was not something that was shared with the board. And so the ask from the president was whether or not that was included in any of this information. And the answer to that was no, and it is still no.
If I could ask a couple of questions. First of all, the most important thing is still the documents that you presented to us, you and the treasurer presented to us in that day-long meeting.
Which is
We are
all of this,
Still
yes.
working through those documents, and those are the ones that the workshop
That's
copy
correct.
that you said.
Yes,
The ESSER Cliff snapshot and
correct.
budget sandbox. I love that terminology. And then another sandbox. So these are the things that we had on January 27th. This new document represents in 2 sentences what for me?
The new document, if you'll go over to the disclaimer and summary, the first tab, please. The new document the first sheet only represents the running total in terms of the change. So the last time you saw this, that number that's 28 million was 33 million, but we found a few other things that were in ESSER that no longer need to be in ESSER. And so we went ahead and updated it here. These documents are just a printout of what was already in the sandbox that you referred to.
And so the front page is critical. And as you mentioned, a lot of this is, as we've mentioned earlier today, or sometime reasonably soon to today, this is again dependent upon your recommendations being accepted in total.
That's correct.
Okay. And so that's what we have to kind of work from. And I appreciate all this effort. Help me out and make sure that I understand this. When we agreed to have a balanced budget, it was not just to have a balanced budget, maybe Assistant Treasurer can help us. What we were agreeing to is that we would not have a budget that had a different target than the amount of revenue we were forecasting.
That's correct.
That is correct.
So we're going to have a balanced budget. but what we had committed to because of cash flow and carryover and the need to do what we need to do, we're concentrating on trying to be super fiscally responsible and only be spending that which we have collected. And I think we all stand by that. We voted on that, and that's that 606.5 or whatever it was.
That's correct.
Let me ask this. Has that projection at all changed?
Not yet. I'll let you speak.
No, we have not changed it. Obviously, we're monitoring as the tax revenue comes in from the first half of collections, but we have not changed the revenue forecast.
Okay, some of the cross pressure we're kind of getting is what was released in the media, where the media was projecting that we were going to get $35 million more. And I know the treasurer has been working through that. And I think in fairness to the public, somebody in administration needs to address that either the media was wrong with that or there are contingencies that have need to be figured out. So, because if that's the case, then 606.5 is not the issue. We could still be true to ourselves if it was more money than that. I don't want it to be. I'm not suggesting that. But I'm just saying that that's part of the pressure that you're hearing in the neighborhoods and internally, that if the projection is, if everybody else thinks the projection is too low, what can we, justify and explain it?
Of course. I mean, I would say two things to that, and Treasurer Wagner might chime in as well. I know she's online. One is we did build in some tax increase into the forecast. So it wasn't like we didn't know some increases were coming. So that's built in. The other thing I would say is, especially looking into next fiscal year, there's a difference between what's billed as taxes and what's collected, right? And so you hear the stories, part of the cross pressure is you hear the stories of the folks who can't pay their taxes, who aren't able to. We know this Ohio State Legislature has an entire property tax review joint committee that's working on these sort of things. So we have to be cognizant of future changes as well.
Superintendent?
I will add, and I see the treasurer online, but I would also like to add that even if there was an increase, the increase wouldn't impact this year based on what's been shared with the treasurer. So Treasurer Wagner, are you able to speak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for opening that up. That's the part I was going to say was that they, the $35 million report that came out was what the property tax bills generated. What we haven't been able to get confirmation from Hamilton County is whether that included their credits. So for sales tax, rollback, and homestead. Also, delinquencies are a factor. Our delinquency rate is going up, but the 35 million is on a calendar year basis. So we won't collect the second half until next fiscal year. So it's very hard to predict what exactly we are going to collect. So our May forecast will get a little bit closer to a more accurate number for next year. It may go up a little bit, but as Mike said, we did forecast an increase in property tax revenues as part of the November forecast to the best of our ability.
Treasurer Wagner, will you also address very quickly, I know you've done it before, but you will also address how close over the last several years our forecast has been to our actual?
Yes, so we went back and analyzed, because people have questioned the accuracy of our forecasts, that we are typically in the 98% accurate or higher from November into the next following year. So we typically build our budgets off of the November forecast. Remember, we forecast in November and then update in May. So because of our budget process starts in the fall or the winter, we use the November forecast to determine what our budget target is for next year. And so when you look at November and then you look at the collections for the following year, we're greater than 98% accurate on our forecasting. Expense side of the house is a little bit harder to forecast, but revenues, we do a pretty good job.
Thank you.
Could I follow up on that? You mentioned this, if there's more revenue, it wouldn't all be coming in this year. Well, that's true for the 606.5 as well then, or not?
The 606.5 is next year's revenue.
Okay, but that would be the same is it the extra 35 that the media points to? That's coming in a different year than the 606.5?
So the 35 million that they billed was for was the February billing or the January billing that was due in February for the first half. So it's the current part of that will be collected this year. Part of it will be collected next year in fiscal year 25. So we had anticipated an increase in fiscal year 25 based on what we thought were going to be the increased property tax valuations.
Okay. No.
So I understand that's not quite answering the question. So if you can give it to us again, because we want to make sure that we answer the question.
So Jen, just, I always say, can you break this down like I'm two? If you wouldn't mind, we're talking about 606.5 for the next year's budget, right?
That's correct.
And the 35,000
million.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. 35 million. Let me not mistaken that. That is projected for next year as well. Is that right?
So the 35 million report was this 2024 tax bills we believe to be prior to any credits and any delinquent collections. So we collected in February of this year. So they billed in January, the first half is collected in February, and then the second half is collected in August or July, maybe even, but that's next fiscal year.
I understand. So my
Yeah.
question then becomes, when will we receive and in what amount the portion or of the 35 million? Next year?
So
Half next year?
part of it is this year, part of it is next year, but it's less any delinquencies. And our delinquent rate is about 5% right now, and growing based on what we've seen the trend over the last few years.
I understand it may not be that's an estimated amount, but wouldn't
Mhm.
that still be considered revenue that the district receives that's positive?
Yes, if it's above and beyond what we've already forecasted.
So we can anticipate, maybe not the entire, but we can anticipate some portion of the 35 million, right?
That's correct. And when we do the May forecast, we'll know that for a little bit with more certainty.
Okay, I think I get it.
Yes. It's just too soon for us to come out with a number right now until we get through the May forecast.
Well, to the media folks that are here tonight, we want to thank them so much for being so really on it to get that released to us. Mr. Lindy, and then I'm going down the line.
Well, I just really appreciate the topic, Ms. Bolden, and the clarifying question, Member Moffett, and the responses. I think the way I'm understanding this, to make sure I've got it right, is that most of that 34 million that was covered, are you saying that was already part of the revenue forecasts that were, and maybe there's some play around the 5% delinquency rate, but that would be around like the 5% of the 34 million, not tens of millions of extra revenue?
I don't know if we can say most yet. I think that in our next follow-up, Treasurer Wagner, and I'm not sure if you have it in front of you, but in terms of what that may be, we already did, as a part of the forecasted an increase. I think the question now is what might be the difference between the increase that we already forecasted versus what we believe may come in for this year, and the difference in what that would be for next year as well.
That's correct.
And I don't think that we have that information right now, so that may be something that we're able to discuss the next time we have the conversation. Is that right? In terms of the amount that we forecasted this year as a part of the increase?
Correct.
Okay.
Questions, comments as I go down the line? Mr. Craig, Finance Chair. What a
Yeah.
great opportunity to be Finance Chair at this time.
So wonderful. Again, I think this is about us having to make some hard decisions. And I think at the end of the day, none of these decisions are gonna be ones that every one of us are gonna love to make. And to be quite honest, I think we sooner than later have to make these hard decisions because we have other folks who are dealing with the fact that we haven't made the hard decisions yet and trying to decide things, that we just had a whole conversation about how do we keep more Black males in our district. What we don't do that by is not giving them the ability to make their decisions in a timely manner. And so the reality is, I think at some point we just kind of have to make decisions here and decide what are we going to agree to, what are we not going to agree to. And I think I appreciate the conversation around kind of some of the potential increases. I know this has always been the challenge with our tax revenue, is that our tax money is collected on a calendar year. Our budget is on a fiscal year. So all the changes that have happened to our tax budget, whether it's from the state or from the local government and the county, generally affects us for 2 budget cycles. And that's been, you know, the struggle. I know we talked about in budget and finance for the last couple of years of every time we do a 5-year forecast, of which sometimes touches on to 3 different budget cycles out of the state government there, right? And we never know what they're going to do because, as my next door neighbor here likes to say, they don't like our kids at all at the state level. And so I think the reality is that we do have to make some hard decisions. I want to just ask one question, which is, and I know we've been kind of going back and forth on this, and today is more probably a day where we have to make some of those decisions, is what do we need to decide like today? Because I think the other part to it is, I know we've been talking about getting the staffing sheets out. We've been talking about doing some of these other things that are needed to do at the school level so that they can start to prepare and address their needs as well. And so I'm just curious as to what do we need? What do you need from us today?
Okay, thank you. If I could answer that 2 ways. I want to go back to the conversation that we're having now. And so let's play in the world of if $35 million were accurate, okay? So if, and we know that that's not, but let's say if it were accurate and that we were getting the entire 35 million minus 5%, that would take us to about 33, right? That number up there is 28 with what we've already proposed, assuming that everything there is approved, which we know, or supported by the board, which we know there are some conversations around that. That will leave a difference of $4 million if all of those statements are true. So the reason that I say that it's important that we go ahead and make some preliminary recommendations, not considering what the change might be, is because even with that, knowing what may not be supported by the board, we still have a challenge that we need to fill because of the recurring funds that we had in ESSER. So I just wanted to kind of just, you know, as a math person, just kind of share that in terms of the numbers that we're looking at, because that amount alone, yes, if everything that we requested was approved, then yes, it would give us an increase of about $4 million if that was the case. But we already know that that's not where the board is in terms of that, and that's what we have to think through and talk through. So what we are in desperate need of is any area in that are in the proposals that impact anything with staffing. So that's school-based staffing, any of those areas. We have updated our projections based on our forecast information, based on the information that we have in our historical information. So we are prepared to begin to look at least what those changes are in terms of the projections so that we can begin to work with schools around budgeting. But what we're in desperate need of is anything that impacts school-based staffing or impact staffing, period, because staffing is where the challenges come that we know that we need to do follow-up, begin to do follow-up with staff.
And when you said projections, you're talking about student projections?
Correct.
And how far along are we with student projections, since they do so greatly impact the staffing?
We are prepared with student projections for it to be reviewed. We're in the review process of the student projections. So after our conversations tonight, we're prepared to share that information with schools so that we can get feedback from them and go through that review cycle and then go to the staffing. Because what happens with the overall information that we have to get to schools, it includes the staffing formulas or any budget changes that we're making to personnel. So in terms of the first part of it, the team has worked through that, and we're prepared to share that with the schools.
Thank you. I still have, my issue is if you have this enrollment projections, I mean, to me, I don't know what deciding tonight impacts, if you could explain that.
Absolutely. So enrollment projections only gives us information around teachers based on CBA and paraprofessionals based on our collective bargaining agreement. When we look at the other positions that we have, when we give information to schools generally around the budget, it's the entire budget. It is their personnel budget and it's their non-personnel information. So in terms of thinking through that, as we're going through the projections, that's one part of it, but we have about 4 or 5 different recommendations in here that relate to staffing that become a part of the staffing process at the school level.
All right. One last time. This represents the budget. It does not represent the cuts to the budget. It represents the budget. Or is it, I mean,
Minus the first page. So the first page is just the running total based
it.
on the proposals that we've given so far. All of the other pages represent the general fund budget down to the dollar that shows that 609 million.
right. So this is not a collection of cuts.
Correct.
This is a collection of proposed expenditures.
No, this is a
Okay,
this is a
okay.
collection. This is what we're currently doing. This is a collection of what our current budget is right now. The collection of recommendations are in the choices working draft
Right.
that was provided, that you printed out, that has the green on there. I think I saw it in your sets. This is what it looks like if you'll start at the top. This is what it looks like, where it shows everything where it was included, what the total amount was, the description, whether or not it was school-based or central office, in terms of where the position came from, the type of cost, and whether or not we supported it, because we did have different conversations. So that's what you have in terms of the compilation with this.
Thank you. Vice President?
Yes, so for clarity today, I think Board Member Craig answered what needs to be decided on today. Is it possible to just state those particular things and just list it so we
Sure.
can know that?
Great. So if I could get everyone to go to the document that they have, it's not in there. It's on the link from the presentation, okay? If we'll go to the choices working draft, and I will go through each of these that we really need feedback on today. That what we mean? That's what you mean?
Yes, so which particular document should I be on?
The one that's up there.
You're-
Right, I know, but I'm on it, I'm trying to find it. So
You are in
I'm on the one in Board Docs. So which one is this one? A different one?
This is the one that's in Board Docs. We were asked to pull it out and give it as an attachment, so that's what we did.
So let me click
So
on
it would
Yes,
likely
I got
say
it now.
sandbox.
I have it.
Okay, yes, all right. So as we go through, I can go through each of them that we need responses on sooner than later, well, tonight. So let me get to my document and then I will, I'm gonna go through it from mine, and Rob, you can slide on the screen. All right, so. All right. I'm just pulling up from my document just so that I can read it from my computer, just because it's easier for me to go through. Okay, so on the choices working document, starting from the beginning, some of these would just be assumed that we would do them because they're in ESSER, they were one-time costs. So I won't go through those for the sake of time. I'll just go through those that would impact individuals that we need some responses on. The first one is on line 9, that where super subs are under ESSER. Super subs are given as they were done under ESSER, so we need a response on that one. That's reference to school-based. The second, it's not as urgent that we need a response on this, but we do need a response around Schedule E, because as schools are getting budgets, they get a part of that. Is everyone following me? That was line 7. And because we're in the same document, I see folks that are moving through the document with me, which is not good. Okay, the next that we need response on, more so because there is, there is some concern around, we have an RFP, we're going through the RFP process. We need some feedback in terms of the options that we're talking about for nurses, just so that we're able to address the RFP that we have out. The next is it does not impact staff right now, but we do need a response, of course, on summer scholars. Again, not our staff, but it does impact staff as well around resource coordinators. However, this is not a part of what schools receive when they receive their budgets. Their staffing sheets, because we know that our resource coordinators go through the lead agency. So that does give us some more time in terms of that.
President Bolton, can I have a point of order? I want to back up, because the assumption to say that we're not going to go through some of these choices because we're going to automatically do them, I think may be a little presumptuous in my mind. If we go to line 15 that says assistant principals of culture, moving that to Title I, I'd like further discussion on that. I don't think that there should just be an assumption that that's something that the board decides to do. So I don't know exactly how to make this process a little bit more efficient, but I don't want anything on here to be an assumption that I'm okay with. I want to know who is supporting what. So if I got line number 9, I got line number 7, like I've gone through the ones definitively that you're going to need an answer for, and I'm happy to go through those, but I'm not gonna make an assumption about the other ones being approved. If that's, I don't know if that's what you meant, but I want to make sure that I clarify. There are things on here that I think need further discussion. And they need definitive answers. So I don't want us to be assuming anything. I'm hoping that we're going through the ones that are going to be impacting schools immediately. And then the other ones may need further discussion.
Dr. Moffett, I'll take your point and agree in that there shouldn't be right now any assumption about anything. But I would like to proceed with this list based upon not assuming anything. Because if it's not mentioned, doesn't mean we're acquiescing or agreeing. But I think it's helpful to do what the vice president's asked, which is what are the things that the superintendent supposedly needs now, because I'll tell you right now, some of this, there's not going to be a majority of the board probably, but there might be unanimous. I don't know. We don't know, but I think having this list would help us.
I agree. I just wanted
I think your
that
point
some
was,
of the, if we don't mention it, it's assumed that it's there. I don't want that.
you were exactly right about your point of order, and also the vice president's right about getting this list.
So thank you, Board Member Moffitt. My initial response with that started with the things that were one time. I think the statement that I made was we are looking at things that were one time funded out of ESSER, so we wouldn't review those. So for example, the first one that's on this list was a one-time repair for Bramble. So I did not think it was necessary to address that one. So that was the reason why. This is, as you shared earlier, this is the same information that the board has had since the last Saturday in January. So I am perfectly fine with going through each one of the lines and the board saying yes or no, if that's what we want to do. But I thought the question was around trying to address the things that were the most time sensitive in terms of responses for staffing. So that's why I took it that way. But what's your pleasure? I'll do it whichever way you like.
No, my hope would be that you would tell us the most pressing, and we skip over those things that may not be most pressing for moving forward, not assuming that we're agreeing or disagreeing, but trying to address what Member Craig has asked, which is, what do you need now?
Thank you. So may I proceed?
Please.
Okay, thank you. So starting back with the list, super subs, which was on line 9. The next, some response for the reduction in Schedule E funding, because that becomes a part of information that we provide to the school. The next is feedback on the school nurses, so that we are able to determine whether or not there's going to be support for moving forward with the recommendation that's been given by the administration. The next was summer scholars, some feedback on that, because we need to plan in terms of what's next. We do have some recommendations around how we address the populations, the third grade population, and our 11th graders and our 12th graders, or rising 11th and 12th graders. I think the one that caused question for Board Member Moffitt was around the APs of culture. That would be something that goes to staffing. However, we don't generally discuss what we are recommending administratively for title. So if there are other questions to be had around that, I'll gladly respond to those in the end. Some feedback at some point around resource coordinators, just for the purpose of planning. The next that would address staffing. The custodial reduction that is on line 23. And just to call out in terms of the custodial reduction, I would share that this is one of the ones that at this point that causes concern for me as well, because that is a recommendation, a change in terms of FTE. The current number that's listed here is based at a 20% reduction. However, we did include numbers here for a 10% reduction, that includes a 15% reduction. We did include numbers here that include a 10% reduction, a 15% reduction, a 20% reduction as well. So what we have here is at the 15%. The next was the reduction in the safety reduction. When we actually presented this information in January, that was the difference of, we have 4 vacancies, and that was an estimated reduction of 2 FTEs. So we would need a response for that as well. And line 26. If we go down to line 26, this was, line 26 is the contract, I'm sorry. Line 26 is on this was for what the team at the time referred to as overload paras that were added from ESSER funds. We understand that all paras are the same, but that's how this particular para was added with ESSER funds, so that there would be a delineation between who these paras were in terms of the overall budgeted positions. The one thing that we did, they call it operational paras, but we just to honor AFSCME, there is not a distinction between paras, but the operational para is what was added for the sake of knowing that it was just done out of ESSER. And in terms of this one, I think we all know that we have many para vacancies, and so we do not anticipate that this would be a change in staff unless something else changes in terms of trying to get to our overall balanced budget. So those would be the major things that we would need feedback on at this time.
And our vice president has made the list. We appreciate it.
And the other thing that I'll call out, just very quickly, I don't know that we need responses on it now. We're not moving forward in this area. We're not continuing to hire in this area. But there are 2 recommendations that also included not filling positions that were not a part of the CBA. So we went through the process of looking at those positions and then not filling the central office positions that were also not already filled. So that's also included in here. Not necessarily something that we need a response on right now, but did want to call that up as well.
The chair will take the advice of members about whether or not you want to go through this list and do aye or nay, say, oh yeah, we're going to cut nurses, or yes, we're going to cut resource coordinators. Are we prepared to do that this evening? Or we're going to add to it? Mr. Lindy?
I'm happy to make a motion that we accept all of the recommendations that were just highlighted and read on the slide.
Okay. Do you have a second to accept all of the recommendations? Seeing none. Let me throw a wrench in the whole thing.
What's new?
What's new, right?
Could I, oh,
I took the liberty, and I don't know that this is helpful or unhelpful. But looking back over a year or so, if you'll look at this sheet of paper that I've just handed out and just worry about the 1 through 11 or 12 or whatever.
I don't have it.
Let's see, does everybody have it there? Forget the commentary at the beginning because that's just notes. We dealt with some of it. But when we go 1 through 10, and this is not knowing if there's a majority or not a majority, but stuff that we've have discussed. And perhaps there's something helpful here. Just my understanding of the board and what and I've asked general counsel as to how I could approach this if I'm using just public dialogue and public record. Obviously, and the superintendent's addressed it, the board's not been interested, a majority's not been interested in increasing class size. The board is interested it's not interested in ending or significantly reducing resource coordinators or community learning centers, but some adjustments. I think there's a plan evolving or something. It seems to me of the previous discussion, the board introduced reducing current numbers of teachers, counselors, social workers, custodians, security assistants, and classroom paraprofessionals. I've not heard any dialogue from, and maybe there is dialogue. I've not heard dialogue from the board over these last many months about making cuts in security or cuts in teaching or counseling or what have you. And if I'm wrong, please jump in, but let me get through these because we've got this urgent list and then we've got kind of this other list. I think there is significant interest and the board has talked about this regarding one-to-one. I mean, that was even sort of said back in January 27th on one-to-one, the take homes of the instruments. I think there's significant interest in reducing summer scholars. I think I heard that even all the way back to the 27th as something to be talking about. And I believe that's true. Summer transportation, 7 through 12 on Metro. I think there's a choice to be made, although recent developments have made it maybe more difficult to suggest that the 7th and 8th graders don't have that choice of staying on yellow bus or what have you. Board members have heard from schools about keeping some semblance of super subs, although I've really heard the board kind of be willing to move away from that. But again, I will say what I know we've heard. Board members have expressed interest in realizing savings in PD, travel, curriculum, and adoption of curriculum. I think we heard that even, maybe not that Saturday, but have heard it since. The board has also heard public testimony about, quote, the advance or the increase at central office, true or not true. That's an issue that's there. I think the board members have recognized that we said okay to APs of culture as only one. We decided that about this time last year, but it was a one-time deal. And then board members have earlier discussions requested the treasurer to further explain some of the contingencies and unspent encumbrances. I know I'm usually the one that tries to have that answered for my slow mind. And then board members have over the last 2 years spoken about security administration and whether or not it seems to be top heavy And members have said that your proposal about a 4-day summer work piece. I mean, those are the things I could find easily in what we have talked about. But I mean, we can now also go back to the question that and I just wanted to do that to try to have discussion because I wasn't sure what kind of document you and the treasurer are going to present tonight. So this is helpful. We have the motion that did not have a second about accepting it, and we have another member back. So that's it. We have your urgent list, and we have this little list of things that I've heard discussed. Mr. Lindy.
Yeah, thanks, President Bolden. I think just a couple quick reactions. I've never seen this before. I would
No.
like to read it carefully. I can already find half a dozen or so that I don't agree with and don't remember from past years. So just when it says board members agree, I think this is a hypothesis. And it's perfectly fine to have a hypothesis, but I want to be clear that at least from this board member's perspective, I need to figure out what this says. And I appreciate when we have materials out a couple days ahead of time to read and think through them.
That's right.
And I'd like a chance to do that with this.
Mhm.
I think part of what I'm struggling with, and if there's no support for the motion to adopt this, you know, this is democracy, and that is how it is.
Right.
I think part of what's challenging is when I heard you say a second ago, not sure what to expect from the administration tonight. Our treasurer and our superintendent have given us the same presentation no fewer than 3 times. The January work session, again at the Cal meeting, and then again tonight. And they have asked us all 3 times for the same thing. And I just, to be super clear, I think that it is, to the extent that it becomes a problem that we're not moving faster on the budget, it is because we as a board are not giving the responses to the administration that they've asked for 3 different times. And so I'm ready to move us forward. If other people are not, that's fine. But I just wanted to be clear about, I think, where the responsibility lies for the process at this point.
I'll respond, and Member Moffett can respond, and anybody else can too.
So I think that Board Member Lindy has been absent from several discussions when you had COVID and then you were online. So perhaps the understanding of the position of the board may not have been as clear as it could have been. But also the board has requested of the administration at those same 3 meetings of additional data. So my expectation is, hey, come back and dig a little deeper. There are some cuts on here that I envision that I don't see as even a recommendation. I think that it's been very clear at the meetings that I've been in attendance to, that resource coordination is not going to get a vote of confidence in that. Cutting school nurses, cutting security, those are areas that board members have expressed serious concern for. Yet I don't see any alternatives. I only continue to hear, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want. So I think maybe it would be diligent of the board to maybe rephrase, go back and provide a little bit more clarity on some areas. But the understanding is not that what is being presented is going to be accepted, and that has been represented on multiple occasions. So what I don't, I personally don't think that it's what the administration wants to do. And maybe because they think that they have complete buy-in of everything, as evidenced by your pending motion. So there's no urgency to go back and do things differently. And that's concerning to me. I would like to vote on certain things that are going to move our schools forward. But I do think that more exploration needs to happen, more creativity needs to happen, and it's just not there. So it's concerning to me that it's not there, but it's just not there. So I don't want you to posit that the board is the reason for the delay, because I think that not only is that misrepresenting of the truth, but it also doesn't incorporate the fact that administration was told multiple times to engage the community, which they didn't, and they haven't. They were told multiple times to go back to the drawing board and come up with more creative options. I myself am available to discuss. If anybody wants to call, they can say, hey, you know, what are some of the things you're thinking about? That didn't happen. It's only waited until here. So I think that there have been some missed opportunities for engagement in totality, but also around individual board members on ways that we can be more creative in getting to consensus.
Madam Vice President, then we'll go to Mr. Morosky.
Yes, so I think what I would like to add, going back to what the superintendent listed, I think it was a list of 10 or so things. I asked, what do you need an answer for today? So based off of today, the 10 items that were listed, I know you made a motion, Board Member Lindy, which was not accepted. What would be the next step in terms of, do we single vote for each item so that the superintendent and the administration can move forward? What are our next steps? That's what I would like to know.
We'll answer that after we hear from Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. I have a lot of things to say. I'm going to try to organize my thoughts. But before I forget, I would like to encourage Mr. Lindy, even though I didn't second the motion, Mr. Craig was absent when you made it. If you wanted to make it again, I just don't want that to be off the table. It's an option because you had one less member. So we were elected to make decisions that nobody else wants to make. We weren't elected to do anything else. These are very difficult decisions and we have to make some of these. The reason I didn't second the motion is because I don't like all of these in totality, but I do like the vast majority and I trust the administration's, what they bring us. That's the only reason I didn't second it. I thought it was a fool's errand to do that and then go through these piecemeal in discussion as opposed to perhaps what Member Weinberg suggested is another option. I have questions, not just pronouncements. The first question is the consolidation of schools. I realized I wasn't at that meeting. I watched, and I haven't seen it since. Am I to assume that that has been taken off the table completely?
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry, Board Member Bolton, were you responding?
We cleared up that history at the end of the last meeting.
Right.
When indeed the superintendent told us or asked us, you know, tomorrow I'm going to have to talk to these principals. What is the answer? And indeed, we got it. We said yes, but it was a response about, and we can check the record, which is also how my little list created itself. It was about Evanston and Douglas. Ad hoc is still on the table. And indeed, we have data that the superintendent administration put together 3 groups: support, needs discussion, and not applicable. And the not applicable was for those schools that did not change. And that's how we'll proceed. Because the stuff that needed support or had already support, take action. The stuff that needs discussion needs to have discussion with the board. And we're prepared to do that. And we've got the documents to look at that and do that. Whether we do that tonight or not, I don't know, but we will be doing that on March 4th, just like we're going to have to make the decisions that nobody wants to make. And the reality is the board is delaying because I don't think the board likes these cuts.
So so am I to believe then it's the Evanston and the Douglas conversation that's dead, but not the other ones? Or the other one about South Avondale and Rockdale?
I don't think that's dead because it was the superintendent that introduced it as a consolidation and a closure of one of the buildings. The way the committee introduced it was it try to have a middle school in Avondale. So it was, and it says clearly in the materials that were handed out, was a grade split, that one of the schools would be for primary grades and the other school would be for the upper elementary grades. So I think that's still on the table and there to be discussed, because the way it came across to the community, just like a proposal about repurposing Riverview, that was not a recommendation from the ad hoc committee, though it makes good sense. I mean, and indeed, we have to come to grips with that. So there's ad hoc stuff that's still on the table, but right now, the primary issue is the budget choices that have to be made.
Well, and so, but to me, I mean, those choices, and yeah, again, I'm sorry that I wasn't here. But for my part, and I'm not trying to reopen anything because I'm fine with what has been decided. The difference between whether or not it was ad hoc or the superintendent's recommendations, to me, it is kind of immaterial. I read ad hoc as consolidating the schools, but I don't think that says anything about ad hoc doing a bad job. I thought the ad hoc committee recommendations were wonderful. I fought to have ad hoc committee. Ben got mad at me and we made it anyway because I thought we needed it. I would just say that I feel like some of these massive conversations still have to be on the table. And I would like to encourage people who are upset about these conversations to consider sending their children to those neighborhood schools. The reason we're even having the conversation is because they're under-enrolled in neighborhoods where people are being pushed out of their homes. And that cannot be ignored. And we have to make decisions. I would like to continue having the discussions about the schools. And this list here, there's some things on this list, items that can be, money that can be replaced with community support, with grant support, whatever, that I'd like to say, well, let's figure this out and move forward again. It may not be every single one, but it's a good amount of them. In closing, I think this is, I disagree with Mr. Lindy and Dr. Mohammed. I think this is all of our fault. I'll say it's my fault. I'll put blame on myself. And go and take my stipend. I see it at the top of the list, the measly seventh of $300,000. I don't want to take it, and then hopefully we can go from there and find other cuts or, reductions.
Superintendent?
I think I would, thank you, Board Member Morosky, and thank you, President Bolton. So I think that I need at this point, a point of clarification from the board. Because I was under the impression at the end of our last meeting, and I think you've referenced that since then, in terms of maybe there was not alignment. I was under the impression that as a follow-up to the last meeting, not that ad hoc recommendations were going away, but that anything that referenced a change in schools or a consolidation in schools that we were not looking to move forward with now. If that is different, then that's not what I understood after the last meeting. So I think that having clarity around that now, because I think that with the exception of the conversation that we've been having around John P. Parker and Bramble, which I'm prepared to give the feedback on that tonight. It's the second part of the presentation that we had on the 14th that we said we would give clarification on tonight. But in terms of the other areas, especially looking at where we are, where we started, the 400 people that were in this area, the 600 that were online, I thought that there was alignment around taking those recommendations. The administration now, after closing those consolidation conversations, there were two sets of consolidation conversations. They were around Rockdale and in terms of what was proposed by me, regardless of what was on the, because that's what I read on the list, but nonetheless, that we were not moving forward with that in terms of this budget year. If that is not correct, then there is a lot that needs to happen between now and coming to closure, because what I thought that we were supposed to do after we received the ad hoc recommendations, one, I tried to address what was requested of me at the meeting that we had in January, the work session, to then take those recommendations and begin to use them in terms of trying to think through helping to balance the budget. I did that. I brought those on the 4th. In terms of bringing those on the 4th, there was not support for the things at that point that administratively we believed that we could get moving for the district by the start of the school year. What we have since prepared is a tentative timeline based on the recommendations that have been given of when we can do the next steps, come back to the board with overall recommendations and proposals, where we would look in terms of the community engagement piece around that. I did not know that we were expecting to look at anything else involving the movement or consolidation of schools as a part of this year. So if that is the case, then I do need clarification around that so that we can look at how we are to move forward.
No, I think that you did a masterful job of the administration getting those, all the proposals into three categories. And the three categories, as I said, you support, there were about 7 or so items that were support or maybe more. And then there were 40 or so not applicable because there were schools that did not change. And then there was a grouping that said needs discussion. And when I see the words need discussion as an elected person, that means that we are going to discuss those. And so I don't know that there's things in the ad hoc that directly affect that many schools with like consolidation or changing of whatever, but I did sense that people were willing and able to have discussion where you said discussion. So, but right now, one of the things that's been confusing is that the ad hoc and the budget have morphed together. And so that's part of the, for good reason, because we might not be able to reach our budget needs without some kind of ad hoc, and certainly we can't build for the future without many of those items. But right now, on the table, before us, is this list of 10 things that you have said are urgent and would need to know. And the question that's on the table is, do we address each of those with a vote versus a package of all of them? I would advise that probably it would have to be individual items, not a whole package. But other comments or thoughts, because we want to move on?
Well, I have a question for clarification. Again, I guess it's a point of order. When we've discussed in the past summer scholars, for example, and I've said here, hey, I'm all for summer scholars. Let's cut the $4 million. I'm not for it, but I can understand it. What else does it look like? Can we align summer scholars to our 6th grade, our 3rd grade? And there was no counter proposal. So again, when I say that my expectation was that administration would come back, listen to what is said during the discussions. There's a whole team over there. Take notes, listen, and then come back with counters. And you actually shared, hey, that it may look different, but what does the different look like? So my expectation was that while we can go line by line, that's perfectly fine, but it's very difficult for us to make lasting decisions, major decisions, millions of dollars of decisions, and there is a possibility of other options, and they're not even being explored. They may be explored later when you all get around to it, or as an option of maybe. Board Member Morosky shared, where are the partnering opportunities? We talk about resource coordination looking different. What are some of the things that, if we say no to this, are being explored by the team? I think it is very fair, and it has been asked multiple times, many ways, come back with other options. What does that look like? And so again, when that doesn't happen, I interpret that as it's only this way and that's it. So I would like to vote individually but again, I'm going to ask the exact same thing I've asked 3 times before. What are some of the options that are being explored to either offset these costs or to help fill in a gap with partnering organizations? Or when you say Title I money to be used for positions, that makes me cringe, because Title I money, which we are sending back, should be used for the Title I schools. So I want to understand that as an option. We have not explained with counters to any of these. And so that makes me very uncomfortable. I do want us to vote though, line by line, and give some further clarification and some further direction to the administration so that they can go back to the table. And so hopefully on March the 4th, we have the data that we're asking for and that we've been asking for. If it can include engagement data, that would be great because we've been asking for that for over a year. But if it doesn't include engagement data, it should at the minimum include counter data to Board Member Morosky's point. What does it look like as a counter to some of these yeses and nos?
Mr. Lindy, then we'll go down the line, and then when the Vice President comes back with the list that we have before us, I would assume that, we better not say assume, it would be the position of the chair that there is an interest in voting on each individual item rather than a package, if there's any hope at all for some of this passing.
And President Bolton, after
Yes.
Board Member Lindy, I would like to comment as well, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna let Board Member Lindy go first.
Okay, Mr. Lindy?
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. I think I have just a couple of brief observations. I think it's important that we move this forward. And if what a majority of the board would like to do is vote line by line, then that's what the majority of board wants to do, and I look forward to voting. I would call the board's attention to the fact that one of these items is for $91,000. $91,000 out of a budget of $609 million is less than 0.0, I did this math, 0.0149%. So that's not like between 1% and 2%. That's like less than it's less than 1%. It's less than 0.1%. It's 0.0149%. If we vote as a board on every item that we need to cut the 98 million to get us down, we will need somewhere around 600 board meetings between now and when the budget is due. There's a reason boards don't do this. Like we are engaged at a level of altitude that is not appropriate, I think, for what a board should be doing. If that's the way people want to go, I'll vote. I want to move through this as quickly as we can. The other thing I just want to say is it is impossible to create alternatives for cutting $100 million out of a $600 million budget. There's just no way to, we're going to have to make, I think Mr. Morosky said this more articulately than I'm saying it, but I think there are just hard decisions that need to get made. The cost of delay is not zero, and I'm excited to help move us forward in a way that is as transparent and as efficient as possible.
I'm not sure, but I think what we're talking about line by line are the 10 that the superintendent has outlined.
And one of those is for $91,000.
I understand, but I'm saying that the 600 meetings probably was an exaggeration if we're just talking about those 10 that we can finish tonight. But yes, it's tough, but member Mapp.
Thank you. So just in hearing the conversation, I'm glad that there was clarity around the last meeting because I also was lacking clarity. I thought that we were in a position to not include the recommendations with the budget proposal. And if so, if the recommendations can be removed from that process, just because I don't think that we've had an opportunity to really give it the attention that is needed in terms of making sure that the engagement, I think the community reflected maybe the little engagement that occurred. And so I think it's really challenging for us to make decisions about that when we haven't heard a great deal of community voice. I think that also with including the recommendations with the budget proposal, we can lose a lot of our students. We can lose a lot of our teachers and families within the district because we don't have detailed information about cost analysis or the benefits or the challenges. So if possible, I would try to recommend, I know we can't vote, I can't vote on anything, but recommend not including the recommendations within this process. And, as far as the discussion moving forward with the budget, I do think some difficult decisions need to be made today because we don't want to continue to exacerbate the ambiguity or the anxiety for our students, our teachers, as well as our families and employees within the district.
Thank you, member Mapp. Mr. Craig, Mr. Morosky.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick about this. So the one thing I want to stress out is that these were the hard decisions that the treasurer's been warning us about since before I got on the board. And I think the reality is that these are the hard decisions that we all know we have to make at some point. I think for the, whatever it is, 10 or so that are listed here, you know, a good portion of these are FTEs, which I also want to make stress about. Some of these are positions that we don't actually have people in, that they're budget lines that we've always maintained. I think it's either at the February 5th meeting or at the February 14th meeting. One of the points I made was with regard to the paraprofessionals, where we had vastly more vacancies than the number of FTEs we were removing from the budget line. This has been one of the issues that we've battled with for the last 2 years I've been on the board, with understanding that some of these things are reductions in what we budget for, not reductions in people, not reductions in actual spaces we've ever filled. So I think that's the one point. I think number two, and I know I heard this conversation either at February 14th or the February 5th meeting, where the superintendent brought to us two of the options with regards to resource coordinators that she's been working with and working on, and gave it to the board as an option towards finding another opportunity to replace it. Now, again, I don't know that at the end of the day that'll solve all of it, and it may require us to go back and revision this type of thing, but I think at least giving some direction is important. The third thing I want to say is that I think this is partly why we just need to make votes on what direction we want to give. Because I think if each one of us asks her to do something for us as individuals, it gets really confusing and really difficult for the administration to come back with and know what we support or know what we don't support. So I think it's a very good idea for us to go down those lists to give her a definitive answer today. And if we don't support it, we don't support it. If we support it, we support it. Either way.
I think there's an interest in doing that. Superintendent, do you have a comment?
Just two final comments. The first comment is I just want to say this for public record. What we are experiencing right now is a byproduct of just how poorly public education is funded. Because the reality is, the reason that this is so difficult right now is because everything on this list, what we paid for in general funds, what we paid for out of ESSER funds, all of those things are important. However, ESSER became 15% of our overall budget that we are having to reduce. When we think about where our budget actually resides, 85% of our budget is in people. So when we start looking at things that we're able to give and recommend, one of the reasons that we have not been able to come back, Board Member Moffitt, with more specific recommendations around that is what we've given at this point is the path of least resistance right now. Anything else that we bring back, there is not a way for us to bring that back without looking at more intimately where we have to go deep within the budget. Might we have to go there anyway? We may, but if we can get partial of the way there based on our best thinking around what's been provided. For me, it's making sure that we are maintaining our school district and doing as much as we possibly can to move our students forward. So that's the only advantage for me. I said it in the last meeting, I'll say it again. The conversation continues to come up, so I'll just call out what it is. One of the questions is around specifically the leadership team. The reality is there are not enough leadership team members, nor are there enough individuals in the district office to balance a $90+ million deficit. It's just not there. So for anything that we don't support, I understand that. But what we bring back, and some of those things we don't talk about in public, because I don't talk about in public, i.e. what the things are that we're thinking about, because to Board Member Craig's point, I have 7 different individuals. If they're asking for 7 different things, it doesn't give us an opportunity to be efficient or effective. So what we've been asking for since the first meeting was direction from the board around what we support or what we don't. Once we get that, then we know what to do next. However, I have to share that next becomes a lot more severe as we know it than what we have right here. So I just want to call that out. The issue is everything is needed, but everything can't stay because we can't balance our budget that way. That's the overall challenge.
All right, what we're going to do is we're going to vote on each of these individual ones that the vice president wanted the superintendent to list as being most urgent. I'm not sure how we can do that. I would need a motion and a second for each rather than a blanket and then proceed. But I think we have to have one for each if we're going to vote on it. Since we're not going to vote on it as a package, it doesn't, is that reasonable? I would also just say, as a person that's been an elected official a long time, everybody has tough decisions. We've known all along we were going to have to do these things. And to Mr. Morosky's point, we are all to blame because we kept spending money. It's as simple as that. And we spent money on stuff that has recurring issues to it. And we've, in fairness to everybody, this has all happened in the period of 3 different superintendents, COVID and God knows what else. So there's been great instability. And now this superintendent's trying to, correct the ship to a certain extent. But I will say this too. It's not that we only lack the courage to do this. When people don't want to act, it probably means you need to bring something else for us to vote on. And we haven't seen anything else since January 27th. So we're going to vote on these 10 things. Madam Vice President, will you remind us what those 9 or 10 things are? Thank God you were writing it down.
So I think the first thing that we have was Bramble.
Go ahead. What was the first one?
Bramble. Nurses.
I'm sorry, there was no ask for Bramble. That was just sharing. It was one
You
time.
were sharing
I was just
information.
sharing.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to make sure, and that's why we are double checking.
Thank you.
Nurses,
Super subs was next.
super subs. Well, I have that on the list as well,
Gotcha,
but
okay.
it goes nurses, summer scholars, super subs. Is that correct? School nurses, summer scholars. So you do have this highlighted in red now, or did you have it highlighted in red before?
We were highlighted in red. We did it
Okay,
while we were
so then
going
that's
through.
perfect. So then why don't we just have the superintendent say the list of the things in red?
Okay, good.
Super subs, Schedule E, the school nurse reduction, summer scholars from here, resource coordinators, custodial reduction of the 15%, security reduction at 2 FTEs, the operational para, the mix of the school and central office vacancies that are not a part of the CBA. And that was it for tonight.
Okay. Have a move and a second, who would like to do the consecutive moves and accept one more? There's just 8? The grade 8, okay. Who'd like to do the?
I'll do
motion?
the 8 motions.
Okay, we have motion and a second, and it's, we're gonna do it individually. The first vote will be on reducing super subs, ending super subs.
I think may I add, I think the one more that we did not include that may have been on the list was whether or not tonight is when to have the conversation around the APs of school culture. That may have been the other one that
Okay.
board member, that Vice President Weinberg had.
All right, so the first is, and let's get clarity, the ending of super subs, is that correct? Okay, let's do a roll call, Mr.
Well, do we
Augustin.
do we need to do the first and second?
Are you,
Oh, just what we
You
did.
already just-
Already just by, okay.
I think you guys just did. For super subs?
Not, because he needs to say, I move to take the superintendent's recommendation regarding super subs, and I need to say second
Yeah,
for all of these.
Okay.
Right?
I
All
think
right.
we have,
I'll do-
Dan, help us out here. The vote on each one require a motion and a second on each one and discussion on each one. It's not a package. It's 6 and half dozen. Literally.
Here comes Dan.
Yeah, we got him out there. We got the expert.
I think
like
that you're
that.
giving the superintendent direction. In that case, I'm not sure you need any motion or not, but if somebody is making a motion, they should say what motion they're making to take this out of the budget, for example, or to include it in the budget, and then ask for a second and then take a vote. But otherwise, I understand you're kind of giving direction to the superintendent, in which case I'm not sure you need a motion at all.
Well, I think the public's going to demand a vote of elected officials instead of us telling the superintendent to do something.
All right.
Okay, let's try this again, Mr. Craig.
So I make a motion for us to consider the first recommendation in regards to super subs. And the removal of the allocated FTEs and revert back to daily subs.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call.
Discussion?
There's no discussion.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Right. Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
No. Next.
Okay, next.
I motion for us to consider the reduction to baseline Schedule E funding by removing the one-time ESSER increase.
What did you say, sir?
The reduction back to baseline Schedule E funding, it's the second one up on there.
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton.
No.
Deadlock 3-3.
Third, that's right. 3. What's the third one, Mr. Craig?
I motion to reduce costs by restructuring to a mix of RN, LPN, and school health associates.
Second.
And that is, we have a first and a second, we have discussion with a question.
Can you just repeat that again, Board Member Craig, please?
For us to consider the recommendation for the reduction in cost by restructuring to a mix of RNs, LPNs, and SHAs, which is what the line says.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that they could hear it because I didn't hear you.
That's the reduction of our nurses.
It
And
is
going
the
back to what,
restructuring to a mix of. yeah.
pre-COVID or something?
Don't know.
Is that what it is? For all intents and purposes. All right, we have discussion and now we'll vote.
All right, Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton.
No.
3-3 again.
As a,
Next one.
just as a quick point of order, since for ones that are 3-3, that we treat those as then they didn't pass, correct? Just want to be clear. All right, the next one is the elimination of the summer scholars program. Motion to accept the recommendation to eliminate summer scholars programming.
Second.
Discussion, none. Call.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes.
I make a motion to move funding for AP's culture and community positions to Title I funding from ESSER.
Wait a minute.
Or do we want to do that one today, or
She put that one on there.
I'm just going down the list.
So moving it to title instead of cutting the
Move it to
culture.
Title instead of it being an ESSER.
Okay. Discussion, none.
Are we not having discussion about it?
Oh, no, she asked.
If
Oh.
you want to.
Yeah, I do. I've already expressed it. I'm just gonna go on the record to say, I don't quite understand why we are moving that particular salaried position into Title I funding. I brought this up last year when we decided to move it into ESSER, that these are positions that we were going to have to come back to look at. We had a presentation during the CAL last week, or maybe 2 weeks ago, and there were some schools who did not have APs of culture and community, and they showed success, whatever that success measure is. So I'm questioning whether those positions are needed and in what capacity. And I'm definitely not supporting moving them into title. I would love to have another exploration as to how they could be funded, but I think Title I funding has a specific purpose. And I don't know if moving positions, salary positions for APs of community and culture fits that bill. I know what title stands for, but I just don't know if that's sufficient.
With
Sure.
that discussion,
We have more, President Bolden. I think any opportunity to find ways to move salaries for critical positions into title funding is outstanding because we can repeat it year after year after year. I'm really glad we made the investment in this last year. I hope it can continue. I think of all this, I mean, we have a lot of needs in CPS, but I think trying to make sure that our high schools are, all of our high schools are better places for all kids is one of the highest priorities for me, and I hope we can keep these.
thank you, Mr. Lindy. And again, this is one of the very few times I'll have absolutely no guilt or worry about it because we said almost a year ago this time, this was for 1 year. Madam Superintendent.
Sure. So a couple of things. One, we cannot put positions in Title I that are not approved by Title I for us to put them there. Because of the job description, we found out through the year, because the role of the title of the AP of Culture and Community is different than just an administrative role. If we recall, when we started that position, I really wanted that position to be a dean because I wanted it to look at the overall culture community in the building, the work around discipline, and how we're looking to really begin to transform our high schools, which is desperately a need. So that's why we added the position there. And then working through that, we saw that it was an option for our highest need high schools because that's the only place where the position is for us to be able to maintain the position there. So that's why we still have it here after we got that clarification from the state around our ability to do that. That was one of the reasons that we left it. So our thought around that, which we generally have not had to come to the board with what positions are approved for Title I or what positions are not approved for Title I, which wouldn't be a reason for us to bring that at this time, which we wouldn't have brought it before then, but it becomes one of those options as you think about a certain level of data that schools have based on that. So for the schools that don't show that they're meeting the expectation around data, as we've begun to do the equity work as we started last year with schools looking at having a reading specialist versus schools that are having an ELL coordinator or schools that are having a math specialist, this becomes the possibility of one of those options as well.
Thank you for that clarification. I
You're
appreciate it. Member Moffett.
So I understand what title is for. I also understand that this is a position that could be funded by title. The key word that I think Board Member Lindy said that I'm concerned about and is throwing me off is critical. When we have demonstrated that schools that do not have this position are successful, again, that's where I'm questioning the need for the position. I'm not saying that it's not applicable to be used in title. I'm saying, should we do that with this many positions? And we knew this last year. This conversation came up last year with the board members. So I think that we also talked about increasing social workers and guidance counselors, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if this is an efficient use of the funds. And so that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sir? Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Levy.
if we're going to go twice, I'll go again. I think at a time when there is article after article after article about safety and violence in our community with teenagers and young people, the idea that we would take a position out of a high school that is designed to improve the culture and climate of those buildings blows my mind. We have the money for it. I highly hope that we support it. And I think it is wild that our board would substitute its judgment for the superintendent's on something like this. Thank you.
Roll call.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
I am torn. What's the cost?
The cost is an individual cost to the schools that qualify
Yes.
for their budget.
But the cost here says 1 million. What is it? 1 million?
1.4 million roughly.
Can you come back to me? No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna say yes.
President Bolton,
No. Next,
Next is to accept the recommendation and give direction with regards to reducing costs by eliminating the district-funded resource coordinators. And that community partners would need to provide the funding or use federal funds at the school level.
Second.
and this is the resource coordinators.
Yeah.
And an attempt to, do we have the
Second, I gave the
discussion?
second, yeah.
Okay, and then do we have some assurance that the partners are gonna pay?
So in terms of updates, and I think this is one of the things that Board Member Moffitt referenced earlier. So the lead agencies have essentially shared that they do not have funding to cover the positions. What's happened since then is there have been conversations with two different organizations. There's also been a proposal that's been provided by an additional organization and a third conversation today with Clicky. I do believe that there is opportunity for support in terms of partnership support. We've also gone through the process, which after we get through this part of the process, we can share what the team has provided around rethinking how we are able to do this work and what the reductions could be across that. But in terms of the lead agencies being able to fund outside of Clicky, that would not be the case.
Well, since we're in discussion,
You can go ahead.
I'm certainly not gonna sit here tonight and a generation of community learning centers and resource coordinators on the promise that somehow we'll work something else out. That is so bad as our signature piece nationwide, and so bad to all of the folks that came before us to help build community learning centers. Do we have to fix things? Do we have to adjust it? Yes, but if you think I'm gonna sit here and undo a generation of work because we spent money we shouldn't have been spending, unacceptable. It's unacceptable. There's no way we can even face our public if we were to do this. Roll call. Oh, Mr. Morosky, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, President Bolton. So for me, with my day job hat on, I think analogous situation would be trying my best not to pay for something until I have a grant to pay it, even if I have the money to actually do it right then. And to me, the reason I'm going to vote no on this is for what Ms. Bolton already said. Because I feel like we can get there. I do. And I do believe that the community partners out there are going to be willing to do it, but I cannot vote yes on this until that's like locked. So I just wanted to say that. That's why I'll be voting no on this one and why I didn't give the second. One of the reasons I didn't give the second earlier to do a sort of en masse kind of wholesale thing.
Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. I have a lot of appreciation for this program and don't take the vote lightly and hear the things my colleagues are saying. What I'm recalling from a past meeting was I was asking, were we not to make these cuts, what would we have to do instead? And the answer that I remember hearing from the administration was that one of the things we learned in ESSER is that we want to keep our school-based social workers. We added school-based social workers, we added school-based counselors. They were helpful. We didn't have as many of those before we had the ESSER funding. On the other side of ESSER, the position, as I understand it, at least of the administration, is that it actually has a bigger impact to have on-site CPS employee social workers and on-site CPS employee counselors working with the kids has a bigger impact than the resource coordinator. And I just found that compelling. If I'm wrong about any of that, let me know. But I think it's a broader point that I'm worried that for everything we don't do here, we are creating a bigger problem for ourselves in the weeks and the months ahead. Because either we have to be willing to not have a balanced budget, or we have to cut other places that are going to hurt more than this. And that means increasing class sizes, or that means riffing staff. I don't want to do either of those things. I'd like to be on the record saying I don't want to do either of those things. But by choosing not to do these things, we're going to make one of those things, I think, a much, much harder situation to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Mr. Morosky?
I agree with Mr. Lindy on that point. And I would just say, and I already said this earlier in a different way, but we've already done that by taking the consolidation of schools off the table. And I realize how radically unpopular that opinion is. However, we've already done this to ourselves. And so each of us has our own thing that we don't want to have to do or talk about. And Mr. Lindy's right. I, however, do have faith in our community that we will be looking at a day somewhat in the near future that $4 million will come off our books. But again, that's the only reason I can't vote yes tonight. I respect the recommendation, and I also respect the hustle y'all are doing out there, and I have faith in it, but can't vote yes today.
Member Moffett?
So I respect my colleagues, even though, this is a little contentious up here. I definitely respect and value your opinions. I think if we were to listen to the community, and as the Council of Great City Schools has so eloquently spent a significant amount of our time talking about, we as board members represent the community. I don't know how you can stand to say that cutting resource coordination, which is a staple of our district and makes us who we are, is something that needs to happen in good faith as a representation. Either maybe everyone's not speaking to members of the board, or we're not digging deep enough into some things that I'm willing to dig deep into other things so that we can keep what makes the CPS that it is. So I value everyone's opinion. I do think that perhaps we just haven't been clear enough. I don't know, to Board Member Morosky's point, what an alternative would be. I'm very, very nervous about that. And I don't have enough information to say that I think dismantling our district, disintegrating the things that make us who we are. And we've been world renowned for community learning centers, which includes resource coordination, some of the things that just make us great. To start dismantling that because of decisions that we've made, I think is just wrong. And I don't think that that truly represents what we are hearing from the community. So that's going to be the reason that I say no.
We're ready to vote, but Superintendent, you have a comment?
Final comment around resource coordinators. So in terms of thinking about our overall budget and feedback that I've been able to get from individuals that are willing to fund in any area, if there is anything that I believe that we will be able to come to some level of community support on, it is around this role. So the goal is not, and whether we wait until we're actually able to confirm that, I am totally open to any of that conversation, but we're continuing to work on the back end in terms of making sure that we're able to keep the position. One of the things I do need to clarify though, because the last group that we talked to today around this, if this is a position that is in every school, we cannot fund it through Title I. So the conversation that's going through the community right now is this is a position that can be funded through Title I. If we have it in all of our schools, it cannot be funded by Title I. So just want to share that openly and for the record, because the definition of Title I is supplement and not supplant. Even if a private entity is covering the cost for non-Title I schools, it is not something that we can spend Title I funds on. But if there is anything on this list that I do believe that we could get some additional community support for, it is around the resource coordinator program across our district, because there is a lot of value for the program.
I appreciate the comment. We're ready to vote. I would only just say that until we know that for sure, I'm not going to vote to end community learning centers or resource coordination. Vote.
Mr. Craig.
The same reasons Mr. Rossi already listed, I am voting no.
Mr. Lindy.
Abstain.
Dr. Moffett. Mr. Morosky.
No.
Vice President Weinberg.
No.
President Bolden.
No. Next, Mr. Craig.
Next is the motion to accept and give direction with regard to the custodial reduction by reducing the coverage at schools by changing the allocation formula. I guess 15%, I think is what it says on here.
Just the custodians?
Yes. Sorry.
Any discussion about cutting custodians? Or changing the equation, if that's the diplomatic way of saying cutting custodians? Okay, we have a first and a second.
All right, Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky,
No.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton.
No. Next, Mr. Craig.
This is to, a motion to, security reduction, to reduce coverage of schools by changing the formula. The reduction is an estimate of 2 FTEs where there's already 4 vacancies.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion about cutting security assistance? No discussion?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
To be 0.0149%, yes.
Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky,
No.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton.
No. Did that do it, Mr. Craig?
That is it. No, there's 2 more. Sorry, 2 more.
Two more.
Oh, yeah.
So I motion to accept the recommendation for the para reduction that would provide para for operational sports for only those schools without an assistant principal. These reductions would cause a reduction of 41 para FTEs, recognizing there are 222 vacancies currently.
Second.
No discussion?
Just highlight the fact again,
Highlight
these are
this.
41 FTEs where there are 222 current vacancies.
So I have a question. Are we saying,
Moffat.
are we saying that we're just not gonna fill these positions? And does this include the Montessori paras that, or the paras? So this is just saying any vacant position, we're not gonna fill it? Yes or no? I'm confused.
Assistant Treasurer, did you, I saw you moving your head there.
I could clarify. This position is what's called the operational paras. There's basically 1 per school. It is not the Montessori. It's not the overload. It's not the one-on-one assignment. It's specific to this assignment.
Are people in these positions currently?
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure there are the overall vacancies are for all of the paras as a group.
So, okay, I'm confused again. I want to make sure, because Board Member Craig led me to believe that these are vacant positions. So when you say they're operational paras, these are people that are in, Ms. Emily, I just want to understand. Are we saying 1 para per building and some people are in these positions and the vacant positions they're not filled?
That's not what we're saying.
Okay,
So let me clarify. The operational paras were added during ESSER. And they're not up, all paras are paras. So the team created the term operational para when the additional persons were added to the buildings, but all paras are paras. This actual, in terms of the reduction, is a reduction of 41 actual FTEs. However, so for that particular role that they're doing as an operational para, there are 41 individuals that are in those roles. However, there are 222 vacancies for paras across the district. So essentially, there is not a reduction in people at this point. There is a removal of this position because there are 200 plus vacancies for paras across the district.
I understand. I'm still a little confused because I heard that there were people in these positions.
So I think what's caused some of the confusion for this role is when this position was added, when budget added the position, they added the position as a terminology for operational para, so they could identify that it was being paid for with ESSER funds. So that's where the operational term comes from. So there may be individuals that are in these operational para roles, but that still doesn't negate the fact that there are 222 other para positions across the district that are vacant.
So the answer to my question about people being in these positions is yes. Would these people have a position, or are we talking about cutting people that are working?
There are 222 positions, so these 41 FTEs will go into those vacant positions. There are 222 vacant para positions across the
But
district.
we're saying to cut them, right?
No,
Or
we're
no?
not. That was
No.
just for a
Okay.
point of how many FTEs we were recommending reducing to get to this number and how many are still available. We tried to do that for each, just like with the security, there were 4 vacancies. There was a change of 2 individuals possibly. That wasn't one that was approved, but now we're at the para one.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, I have to ask, but these are operational paras. Paras are paras, but operational paras are assigned not to individual students. They're assigned to a building to perform functions that other people might be performing instead. If there's,
They're assigned individuals to add to positions that perform based on the direction provided to them by their principal.
okay, operational.
Right.
And as you were explaining, the reduction of 41 paras, we have 222 vacancies. So are you saying that those 41 would go into the 222? So then we really aren't losing anything?
In terms of where we are right now, in terms of recommendations, yes.
Okay. I think I understand.
Vote.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky,
No.
Vice President Weinberg.
Am I able to ask a question now, again?
Not technically, but go ahead. All hell's broken loose as it is.
So Superintendent, can you just repeat that again? You said that we're really not losing positions here.
We're not losing people.
We're not losing people, but you're taking the 41 away from the 222?
So the role that is the additional para position,
Okay.
yes, that goes away. However, the vacancies, the individuals would then be, that could go into one of those vacancies.
So they will have jobs?
Correct. Based on this current recommendation and proposal, yes. Yes.
Yes.
President Bolton,
No.
Last one, I think.
Uh-oh, drum roll.
Motion to accept the recommendation for the reduction of various vacant general fund positions across teams that have been vacant both on September 1 and January 2nd school year, and represents up to a $2.2 million reduction. So vacant positions that haven't been filled from either September 1 or through January 2.
Freezing the vacancies that exist. Is that a translation?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I need a simple language.
Just reading the words off the screen.
I hear you. That's why I'm trying to translate it into my language.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion about the vacancies and Assistant Treasurer? Is that that those vacancies that currently exist are not to be filled, or they are frozen? What does it mean?
what would you call that? Superintendent Wright, frozen?
Thank you. Yes. This was the reduction of those positions that were a part of, that were at 2 separate periods of time that were still not filled. So closing those positions and none of these positions are positions that are required by the CBA. The link to what those positions are is in the information that was provided to the board back in January.
Thank you. Member Moffett?
So, to this point, I just want the board to see, Rob, can you click on the link so that we can see the positions that are vacant? some of these are, and I just want to make sure that I'm looking at this correctly. We've got an ELL, I'm sorry, ESL, facilities management. So we're saying that we're not going to want to fund these positions, or we're not gonna, these would not be filled at all, right? Just can you kind of scroll that list? So there's a school social worker on here, a psychologist. Okay. So to Project Connect, I know there's a separate line item for Project Connect. Would Project Connect, is this inclusive of their line item that's on the budget proposal, or is this separate? They would be getting more cuts. Go down just a little bit, Rob. I think it's line 49. There you go. Thank you. They wouldn't, is the Project Connect piece in addition to what's already on the budget proposal?
This is based on the current vacant positions. So these are the vacant positions that are there. The conversation around Project Connect, where those additional positions for Project Connect were all grant funded. And so that was the challenge with those in terms of not ESSER funds, they were outside grant funded.
Okay, thank you.
And the things that the column G, in terms of totaling, anything that is marked as a yes required for CBA is not included in this total. But that was the way that we were able to monitor what was required and what wasn't required based on where we are. So this is a combination of school-based and central office positions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
You're welcome.
questions or discussion for this before we vote? All right, and this is about the vacancies. Okay.
All right, Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Dr. Moffett, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
and President Bolden.
Yes. Well, does anybody want to go to the dentist for fun? Does that give you some direction?
It
for
does.
Going ahead?
It
The
does.
other thing we need to talk about is that when we meet again, we're not done yet, but when we meet again, people will need to be able to come in and be able to continue to make difficult choices. And we'll try to find ways to facilitate that discussion more in packages, perhaps. But we have crossed the Rubicon finally, so. Madam Superintendent.
We also managed to do the updates as we were going through. So Rob, if you will go back to the disclaimer sheet at the first sheet, please. So in terms of, looks like you might need to do the, if we can do the update.
That's good.
Shows the same amount.
So
Column,
good,
where am
we
I?
added.
Okay, column I. So based on the total reductions right now, that was a reduction of 12 million, which didn't take us anywhere in terms of our overall challenge here, but at least we got to this point. So I think that's the way I'm reading that right now. But I do appreciate the feedback because it does allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Very good. Let's see. We have a proposed consent agenda. It's been distributed. Assistant Treasurer Augustine will be able to maintain the list of exceptions and the exception makers. The consent agenda does have, that I know of so far, 2 exceptions. I believe that member Mapp has an exception she would like to make to the business minutes of February 5th. And member Morosky has a highlight that he wants to share regarding a resolution. Are there any other exceptions?
Actually, I can scratch that one. I realize I gave it to last committee of the whole. We're good.
We're good?
Yeah.
Excellent. No exception from Mr. Morosky. Member Moffett?
I have a friendly amendment. I respectfully request a friendly amendment to the minutes from the business meeting on February 5th, I'd like for those minutes to reflect that I abstain from voting on the treasurer's report, section 4, specifically the district contract with Lighthouse Youth Services.
Repeat that so that Assistant Treasurer gets that, and then I think Member Mapp has a similar,
You just want me to say it again?
yes, please.
I respectfully request a friendly amendment to the minutes from the business meeting on February 5th, 2024. I would like for those minutes to reflect that I abstain from voting on the treasurer's report, section 4, specifically the district's contract with Lighthouse Youth Services.
Good, and then Member Mapp?
Yes, is this regarding to the resolution?
No,
Or you
this
said
is in
the,
regards to your minutes.
oh, yes, so for, let me make sure I'm understanding as far as the report from the council? Or am I misunderstanding something?
The Vice President reminds me that you're not allowed to vote, but you will be allowed to make the exception so that we can improve the accuracy of the minutes.
She had a question while I think y'all are chatting though. You want to ask that again, Member Mapp?
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're asking of me, President Bolton, I'm sorry, in terms of the minutes.
Was my understanding from General Counsel that you had to make is it only Moffett? Okay, good. All right, my bad. I thought it was both of you needed to make a
President.
change.
President Bolton. I lied. I have an exception to the resolution opposing House Bill 68 is listed as having Ms. Mapp's name on it, and I would be the presenter for it, not her.
Thank you. So we do have an exception from Mr. Morosky via Member Mapp. So right now we have only those two, as I understand it. Is that correct? We're good, and we know who made them? All right, having said that, we will move and notice the list of what we're passing through. And with those exceptions, I think we've answered what it's for, so that's good. It's for information, removal, further discussion, return. None of that requires a vote. It's the chair's preference that there only would be a vote if indeed it's tabling it or removal, but this was correcting. So I need a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda
So
as revised.
So moved.
second.
Second by
Second.
Morosky. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Matt, oh, sorry, Dr. Moffett,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Now, are there any members in need of any inquiries of or updates from the administration? I'm going to lead off just because I'm coming first on this one, and I'll ask this quick question. And I don't know that it needs to be extensive, but the status of our internal transportation vehicles, our vans, and then what's the status of their use? And then also the contracting out of health services. I know you want to give us a brief summary of those two things.
So in terms of the internal vans, are we asking about the ones that we purchased? How many of them are already here?
Yeah, and how many we're using and for what purpose?
So all of them are actually here. We have used them, we're using them for additional support for athletics. We're using them along with buses to transport students to our health clinics. Tell me anything that I'm missing. Primarily, those are the two purposes. And extracurricular activities as well. So all of the vans are already here, and that's how we're using them at the school sites in terms of the vans.
Okay, thank you. And then the contracting out any health services. I know we talked about school smiles.
Correct. And I'm going to
Also,
ask.
I think there's an RFP that's
Correct.
circulating.
Sure, I can respond to both, and I'll ask General Counsel to come down just in terms of any additional clarification that's needed. So as I understand, this was actually brought up by The first time that I was aware of it was during the meeting that we had on the Saturday work session when the question came up about School Smiles. As I understand, School Smiles was brought to our team that oversees our health services, Ms. Maddox, who's been doing that for a period of time and has presented to, I know at least at that time at Budget and Finance, that there were some concerns at a specific school, Winton Hills, about students that were able to go and get dental services. The concern was not necessarily that the students were not able to get to one of our dental clinics by the health department, but that if there were 10 students that needed to go and have dental services, only one student was seen at a time. So the school nurse at the school brought this organization to Ms. Maddox and to Margaret Hall, who oversees that work. They shared the information with General Counsel, who reviewed the information and approved an MOU with Winton Hills. And at that point, they were able to go to the school and provide services to the students. There was not an approval for any other school based on what we know. And since the question, we have done some additional asking, so we've not seen those schools, but that's how that particular part started. So Council Hoying, anything that you want to elaborate on or add to that?
Yeah, you mentioned, Board President, you mentioned an RFP. I'm not familiar with that. The only thing I'm familiar with is an agreement that the district had to have this group come in and provide dental care to students with their parents' permission. They had to have parent permission, just like the health department gets parent permission. I really don't think there was any concern about the great partnership that we have with the city at the health clinics and obviously the dental clinics. But if there's anyone at the city concerned, I would be glad to follow up. There just weren't a lot of kids at that school taking advantage of that program, variety of reasons, and this enabled a group to come in to the school to provide on-site care with their parents' permission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoyne. I'll make sure that the city folks talk to the superintendent and you about having someone from out of state come in and provide the services that the city thinks for 20-some years they've been providing. But competition is good. And perhaps we can check these things out, but thank you.
Thank you.
The next question was in terms of the RFP. It's time for us to do an RFP for nursing. So that's the reason that we submitted for an RFP. So based on that information is out there and available. We do anticipate that individuals would be applying for that, the city being one of those based on information that we've had with Mr. Mussman, if they've not already applied already.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, any other inquiries? I believe we do have some. Member Moffett.
So I just want to clarify, again, there's been some significant misunderstanding from the community around the merger of the ad hoc and the budget conversations. But I do believe these two things, one was from ad hoc and one was what the board discussed, the PRM drop-down menu for the magnet. We talked about this a year ago, and I thought we talked about this in the context that PRM asked in the magnet process, lottery process, could they have the drop-down? There was a very long, lengthy discussion around that. Can you tell me if that has been done? Has the drop-down menu been adjusted for PRM for the magnet?
It has not. And one of the reasons that it has not is because additional conversation that we've had from that is adding some parameters around who is actually able at what point to then move into one of the other schools. As a part of the follow-up in a presentation that I just did in the Silverton community, for example, there was some concern that was raised because there was a concern, if you will, around schools being able to select what students are coming into their schools. So the question that we have in terms of feedback for that is, are we talking about only students that are looking to come in for this year, not such that they would be able to remove students that are already there as a part of the school building? So clarification around that, then we can look at what information we need to add from there.
So we had we had actually kind of picked up this discussion in ad hoc, and additionally, made some sort of decision. I've got the staff looking for the date, because what we said was that those students would not get transportation if they did not choose PRM as their neighborhood school, and they chose another neighborhood school, they wouldn't get transportation around that. And then what we were to do was to go back into, I think it was to look at policy, for policy to go back and look at what are some of the grandfathering opportunities for them if they want transportation. But we actually did decide, and we can pull that up. There was just been some concern around why that hadn't been done. We had this discussion last year, and we had the discussion in time for the magnet lottery for this year. But what do we need to do to have discussions around solidifying that, or what do you need? Because there was a discussion about it. It didn't happen this year. So I don't know what we need to do to put it on the agenda to actually give the administration what they need so that they can maybe make it for next year. I don't know, but I would like for us to have some movement on that. And if the board needs to give some further direction, then I just don't know what the process is to do that.
It could still be coming through where it originated was ad hoc.
No, it actually originated as a
The
board
board-
discussion, and then ad hoc heard it as well.
Bought into
And
it.
then bought into it. And I believe we may have made that in one of our recommendations, but I don't exactly know. But the discussion landed on having the drop-down menu added for PRM to include other schools. And just so that the board members are aware, PRM is a neighborhood Montessori. It is the only Montessori choice for students, but there are some students who don't want Montessori and they want to go to other surrounding schools. So we talked about this at the board level last year and in ad hoc about having the option for the drop-down menu to include other schools, but they would not get transportation.
That's
And-
correct.
And so that didn't happen this year for the magnet process. So I'm wondering, what is the process that we need to institute now to give the administration some direction on that particular issue?
That should go to policy committee. And policy committee return with a suggestion. Actually, this is one of those issues that wasn't board driven or administrative driven. It was a community driven suggestion. And I think even when Mr. Morosky and I were on student achievement, this was brought up. Mr. Morosky, would you be willing to take it into
Yeah.
policy?
Yeah, we can get it on the agenda tonight once the board approves the assignment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's my,
In terms of that as well, I think I will continue to come back here because if it's on the ad hoc recommendation and the board has not acted on it, I am under the belief that there has to be board action for us to move forward, even if we support it. So that's what I need to make sure that we are clarifying. And I think we'll get more clarity with that after our March 4th meeting,
You got it.
where we will be talking about the ad hoc recommendations and the board support for the individual recommendations, not just the overall support that they've given for the
Absolutely.
5 areas of thought. Okay, thank
I
you.
agree. We'll work on that. We'll probably start at 2:30 in the.
so
afternoon.
that was my first one. I do have 3.
Next one.
But I just want to clarify, that was added to the ad hoc recommendations, but that was not singularly spoken about in ad hoc. That was talked about during a board meeting. The next one is clarification around AMI. It was stated in the ad hoc report, and again, it got misrepresented, that there was a recommendation for AMI to be a city, to be an east side magnet. And I was at the presentation. Some of their families were told that not for next year, but for the year after, they would lose transportation. So I want to clarify that the ad hoc never made a recommendation to have AMI lose transportation and not be included as a citywide, much like Fairview, Performing Arts, what's our other one? Fairview, Performing Arts. We wanted AMI to remain a citywide magnet and not lose their transportation. So I want to make sure that I clarify that. I told the families that I would bring that up to clarify.
I think in the ad hoc report, it said that it would be one of the citywides, but I think in the longer summary, it was both a citywide, it might change to be east side. And so I think it was just in that translation, but I think where we were on citywides was, it was obviously the selective admission folks being citywide, but there were we also said that because of refugee and immigrant population, and the language piece, that the citywides were going to be the AMI and AWL, Fairview, and then I think the selective admissions. So
Correct. I just wanted us to clarify that for the administration so that they were clear on what the expectation would be from the board. And then I made a recommendation at the February 5th meeting. Board member Lindy asked me for my opinion around a interview that was done with a local news station. And I went back and watched it, and I made the request if we could have joint messaging to the community moving forward so that we're not having misrepresentation and misunderstandings around these types of issues that the community are asking questions for. So I just wanted to put that back out. Can we again talk about some joint messaging rather than to have messages be misrepresented? That was the last of my inquiries and updates.
okay, I think we all need to work on our messaging for
Thank
sure. And any other inquiries, updates? Superintendent?
I actually have a question. Since we did not talk about John P. Parker at the end of the budget, at what point would you like for me to share that? Would that be during superintendent recommendations?
No, because we already passed on that.
Okay,
Great job.
okay, great. Oh, I forgot, we have a consent agenda now. Look at that.
You've been a champion of
Yes,
it.
I have,
Mr.
I
Lindy's
have.
been a champion
I
of
have.
it, so I'm putting it in there.
I know at each point, though, we've said we were gonna discuss it. It was at the end of the budget one, but that took, I think, longer than any of us anticipated. But I know that those teams are looking for closure in that area. And I do have a proposal.
Be happy to share my view about where we are on JP Parker. I think it's wrapped up into Woodford, and it's wrapped up into Bramble. And my druthers would be that I still maintain that Woodford is a good middle school opportunity for us, and we agree that we want some middle schools. But if Woodford doesn't want to be the middle school, then it puts a lot of pressure on JP Parker to be in that region as a middle school. So the other piece is for Bramble, to me, the best, and people may not believe it because it's been hard to start to fill it, but I think for Bramble, rather than thinking of it as the 7th and 8th grade, or 5, 6, 7, 8, I think from a market standpoint, I think it would be very much more successful as a nature-based preschool for that whole side of town. And so, but we don't know about JP Parker. I think JP Parker should remain an elementary school. They've I think made a strong case. And Bramble should be preschool, and we have to figure out about Woodford. They're very proud of what they've done. I actually thought they'd already lost their magnet status.
So in terms of our recommendations.
Yes.
That's what I was asking in terms of looking to get support, even though I agree with you on much of what you said. I think our recommendation moving into next year, especially as we're coming to consensus on overall ad hoc recommendations and how that is going to move into reorganization. I believe to come to closure for this year as we go into next school year, that we leave John P. Parker as a pre-K 6 location. They currently have 4 pre-K units, so we would look to move one of those units. So they would still be pre-K 6, but would maintain 3 units instead of 4. We have up to 6 classrooms. We have 6 classrooms that are credentialed at Bramble. We've been getting a lot of the same feedback from going into the community that it's a period of time, but we do believe that we will be able to fill those seats. And that is one of the deserts as we think about where our pre-K deserts are. So moving up to 6 locations for Bramble, and then allowing the conversations around Woodford or where we do additional extension in terms of preparing for the middle, to go into the overall conversation about organization, reorganization, and next steps. So administratively, those would be our recommendations, so we can look to come to closure for our schools and come to closure for Bramble as we're beginning to think about recruiting students for next year.
Ramble is preschool and JP Parker remaining as an elementary,
With preschool, one less unit.
one less unit or whatever. And then Woodford discussion.
Woodford discussion as a part of a greater conversation that we have, but not for the 24-25 school year.
Right. That,
So any feedback, support thereof, or is that something that's
I think
needed?
the board just is very excited about it. I can tell. Look at the enthusiasm over here to the right. Mr. Lindy.
No, I just wanted to say, I appreciate the recommendation. I think that sounds sound, clear, and helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. An agreement.
So that's considered agreement, right?
That's
Okay.
considered agreement.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right. All right. Now we go to everyone's favorite, which is board matters? Vice President?
Yes, I actually had two items underneath board matters, but I'm going to table one. And the first one and the only one that I will talk about because it is getting a little late. This is something that I brought up last year under our previous leadership. And I know that a lot of board members were told during our public meeting if they had any suggestions regarding seating arrangements during our board meeting to give feedback to our board staff. So I know that that was provided last year. And so my question is, what are the next steps? What was done with that information that was provided? And just kind of looking to hear from my colleagues some feedback on that.
Mr. Lindy?
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. Last year, the board staff diligently collected feedback from board members around who sits where. One of the things we found, this will come as a surprise to no one who has watched tonight's soon-to-be 5-hour meeting, is that there was very little agreement across board members. People wanted different things in terms of who sat where. So I'm sure I can find a copy and I'm happy to share it, but we also have a new board member.
Yes.
You know, I think it was hard to find, I think even a majority, much less a consensus, but this board member has zero strong preferences about where he sits. I will sit anywhere up here and I'm very happy to do whatever.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Any other participation regarding seating or the configuration of these tables?
I was just going to add to that. It was the configuration, basically, of just trying to figure out how to set up the area so that yes, no, not the order. So I just wanted to make sure that we could follow back up on that because I do think that that does still need to be addressed.
I would like to suggest that this COVID arrangement that we have here, which is still part of the whole COVID arrangement, I think it would facilitate what we do if we were at a little bit more of a, this sounds ridiculous, but more of a horseshoe where we're actually looking at each other instead of this presentational panel kind of summary. And I think we can figure out how to be seated. I think too, that in the old days, the president and the vice president sat at the center. And then there are these extended arms in old, whether it's by seniority or whatever. It also needs to be able to have our treasurer and our superintendent be very visible throughout because they're doing as much of the discussion and talking. So we'll put together a little plan if that starts to be better. It's sort of like moving from the other side of the building to our conference room, how that has helped change our group dynamics a little bit. That hopefully if we kind of are looking at each other and can be closer and what have you, perhaps we can much less performative in nature. That take care of Member Moffett, did you want to add to that?
No, you just skipped me under board matters. So I was
Okay.
just waiting for my turn.
Well, I do what the vice president tells me to do, so I'm with. Yes,
So for
ma'am.
clarity, we're moving forward with the information that was submitted from last year, or are we having a whole new conversation?
I think it's a whole new conversation, Mr. Lindy's.
So the hard work that I did last year doesn't count?
I appreciate you. We have
So is
agreement.
that it? We're starting anew?
We can start anew.
Okay,
We'll be good.
thank you.
Member Moffett?
So it is time for us to do our annual review of the communication policy between the board and the administration. And so I wanted to make sure that this has been noted. We were supposed to do that in August and we never did review that. So I don't know if this is an assignment to Vice President and President, but it's time for us to review that.
President Bolton.
We had some concerns or questions around communication being sent to all board members. Is it for committee reports? Is it for everything? And so I brought this up so that we can address that whenever we need to. I'm happy for us to talk about it later since it's so late.
Great. Mr. Lindy?
My understanding from the fall was that the policy, the heroic and epic work that the policy committee did on the bylaws had addressed all of those things, certainly in spirit. And I think we explicitly even said somewhere at some point in time that was taking the place of that. If there are other unaddressed issues, happy to do whatever we need to do. I just wanted to say I appreciate the work the policy committee did to address many of those issues.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that. So I think then I need to send any of my requested amendments or changes to the policy committee because we've had some confusion around the interpretation of it that I think needs to be clarified. So maybe then that's the process. If that's what you think I need to do, I'm happy to do that. But we definitely need to address it.
So we're taking it to you, Mr. Morosky.
So that's why I had my hand raised actually, to say both of those things. What former President Lindy said and what Dr. Moffitt said, that did happen and it had gotten codified in the bylaws. So if we wanted to affect it, then it would be that policy assignment to us to dig out the bylaws at that section anyway, which again, if we did do assignment and the board agrees, then Ms. Davis, we can slap that on there too for the next time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Great. Thank you. I think I have the last one. And this one is mentioned it to the superintendent in a conversation and a text. This probably goes to policy too. There's a bit of confusion in the language, I believe, in the bylaws. And it pertains to monitoring of board goals shall be included in the order of business on the agenda of every meeting is one of the references. But it also, we have to define when we're talking about the business meeting versus the committee of the whole. So I have the two citations. I'll send those to you as part of the, yeah. There you go. Oops. So we have to fix that probably in policy. It's an easy fix. But we'll send that.
No, you two per meeting. You all are done. Policy is closed for the evening. We'll have to wait till next time.
Well.
You might get 5 votes. I'll vote no. I'm just kidding. We're good.
Gotcha.
Great. Okay. I think we have now completed the board matters.
Board Member President Bolton.
Yes.
I'm sorry to have to go backwards, but under inquiries and updates, I did have one more, but I'm happy to table that for the next
And
meeting.
what was it?
It was board meeting minutes and videos on the CPS website. I wanted that to be discussed because there was some misunderstanding on my part and then maybe not clarification around the minutes of the meetings not being very visible or clear on the
Okay.
website or the positioning of those. But let's talk about that next time.
All right. Sounds good. I think we are fast approaching. Unless anybody wants to stay here any longer. Okay. Members, are there any assignments? Mr. Morosky, you want to assign yourself?
Yeah, we'll just get it. It would make it easy. Yeah. So
Just
there,
do
the three issues that had come up, to assign to policy committee, I would just like to make a formal assignment that they be assigned to policy committee. They're very well received. There's, the one regarding bylaws and communication, the one regarding the monitoring of goals and where this fits in committee of the whole. And then the third one was regarding the drop-down menu. I realize that's not a policy. There's no drop-down menu policy, but the policy regarding the transportation if somebody opts out of their neighborhood school. And so I submit an assignment and hope my colleagues agree to it. That policy committee will review these at their next March meeting.
Do you need a second for that? Do we need a?
That's my motion.
Well, I think there's
Second.
consensus for those assignments.
Great.
Any other assignments? All right, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn and go home.
moved.
Thank you very much.
We're done.
President Bolton, you going to call a vote on that motion so we can head out?
Roll call.
We're waiting.
Adjournment's a voice vote.
It's a voice vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?